Hey, listen up! I want to give a thank you to the members of NAPALM. You are the sponsors of this channel, and thank you for your support. I think you are interested in becoming a member, so strap on your gear, equip your weapon, and cast the spell of awesome by clicking join down below the video for options. And I want to give a very special thank you to the Lords of NAPALM. Bounty Code, Jared Woodhouse, Daimlos, Farthest Reach, Sparrow, Christopher Hensel, Random Rob, Kenneth Kramer, Zelic Lived, Rodden Yo Mom, and Greenhouse. Thank you for your highest tier membership.
I wasn't even going to stream, and then I was like, yeah, I better
What's
stream.
up, everybody? It's EverQuest P99 a little earlier than usual.
Can you invite Renfell as well?
Yep.
Because I need to invis you guys before something attacks you.
Okay. Gotta invite Ren.
No.
Oh, no, you didn't. Hang on. I didn't.
You need to
selected.
actually.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, you can't use the.
This is P99
Yeah,
here.
there you go. Yeah, P99. All right, following Luke.
And for those
guys
wondering,
are on
we're headed to the
auto-follow?
Warrens.
Yep.
Yep, I'm on auto follow as well.
There's a couple skeletons at the entrance that we'll be able to see that I'll have to kill. But... It seems like a big pain in the butt, but trust me, this is a really good spot because since we're going to have these mage pets, we don't want them to... Like, we can't zone, so we have to be somewhere where we can go from, like, or low levels all the way to the, you know, teens and 20s.
Right. Makes sense.
So what you're saying is you really hope my internet doesn't crash today because I'll lose the pet.
Yeah, I saw your video about that. I'm Bootstrapper, by the way, in YouTube.
Copy that. Yeah, like this morning, my WoW stream got cut off. Like immediately, they just dropped at 7:43. It just went, and it was out for like 5 minutes. They got to be repairing something though, because it's been really good since we moved in for the most part since they stopped throttling us.
Well, what we could do is I have several of these pet items. Let's go.
If we're picking up Kel, honestly, I would say because it's not going to matter who gets the pets. I would say we could give one to Kel. Kel,
Okay.
Can you confirm that you're going to be here for a few hours since you're home from work early? Because if you're here for a few hours, Kel, I would feel more secure giving you the pet item because in case I crash, I don't want to waste it.
Yeah.
I have a weapon
internet.
also, and I'm going to give that to you, your pet, Nathan, because it sounds like you'll be on for a while, so...
Should be.
Okay, did I get turned around? It's over here. Won't let me attack it for some reason. Okay. Hopefully this lip lets you up. Are you guys all getting up here?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. There's gonna be 2 dudes right here. Oh shit.
Oh, I may need to get Kel into the voice chat.
Yeah. You want me to give him an invite in
I
here?
can get him real quick.
Okay. What's up, Click? It's an item. So explain that pet, because I didn't even know about whatever you've got going on here in a second.
Yeah, so there's an item called Brazier of Elemental Summoning. It drops off of the, let me busy again. It drops off the Froglock Summoner Upper Guk. It lets you summon a level 12 mage pet one-time use. Really good for power leveling,
Okay.
especially if you're not a druid or something like that. And
Oh, my Ultra Vision just faded.
I can give it to you again if you'd like.
Yeah, everything's just pitch black. I don't want to fall off of the whole like bounty code.
Did you guys zone in?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm zoning, or I'm
Okay.
loading it.
Okay, let me get Ultra.
Okay,
Vince.
What's up, Kel?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Kel.
Doing well.
I'm alive.
Yep.
That 3:30 a.m. wake up is kicking me. I'm gonna go get an energy drink as soon as we get into Warren's.
I thought you had to get up at a weird time because you responded to my comment on YouTube.
Yeah, I've been getting up at 3:30 Monday through Friday to help my brother level up his character in Warcraft for a static group. So
That's pretty hardcore, man.
do it all for the stream, baby.
Are you guys both following me still, or should I wait?
I'm not following automatically,
Okay.
but Kel's in Payneal, so we could probably just pick him up right here.
I'm auto-following you now.
I
don't-
gotta
I
go
don't
through
know.
here. There's gonna be a couple guards we have to run past, so if your invis is dropping, hold back here.
Okay.
Yeah, Ren,
They
you're
don't.
not
They don't like
Liz,
the
are
good
you?
guys. He should be. Oh, he's not. Oh god.
What's up?
I
Oh
am.
yeah, I'm appearing now. I just noticed it. Thank you.
He just saved your life.
I wasn't gonna run. I wasn't gonna run forward. I was just moving forward till about here. Are we running past these now?
Yeah. Run past him. Follow me out here,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna bind you over here at the fountain. Okay. You guys can drop invis now if you want to. I'll have to I want to re-invis before we go in anyway.
How close are you, Kel?
I am just gonna be
Hey,
leaving
Sparrow.
Payneal now.
All right.
Well, you're like an erudite Shadow Knight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, Shadow Knight.
Binding.
Yeah, sometimes you do, Click. It's true. There's a time for everything, even poop socking it.
Not quite
What's
cool.
up, Jonathan?
Thank you.
So, I'm going to have to invis the 3 of you, and then we're going to run basically to the back of Warren's, and hopefully invis doesn't fall. But
Okay.
I'll also sound
It's not like I can lose XP at level 1, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much.
Okay.
And my Boken staff, which I actually pulled out of here months ago.
Let's see.
Supposedly, Calming's gonna have some shaman gear for me, so we'll see.
Ooh, they're fixing Sparrow's internet currently.
Good deal.
I think I'm gonna have to call mine too. I've been having some really weird issues lately. Yep, Thamius is my paladin's name.
There's a
it's my first character's
fairly
name
new
ever.
internet company in my area that is just kicking butt, and they're great. 3 gig fiber for me.
Nice.
Yeah, we check on the fiber. It's almost to us. We almost got
Yeah,
it.
It's like literally 2 streets down.
Hey,
from
Cofactual.
us, but they won't run it up closer
How
to our
you
house
doing?
because they said there's not a demand for it in this little town that we live in. So I'm like, it's
That's
2
lame.
streets, and it's like, yeah.
Just run cable. It's fine.
Well, there is that. They literally told me if you want to pay one of the techs like $100, they'll run it for you. But if it ever goes down, you're shit out of luck because no one will come out and fix it for you.
TLP
like,
if you
yeah, I'll
want
just
if you want some
stick
quality
with
of
my
life.
cable internet, which is, it's functional. Let's just put it
P99
that
if
way.
you
It's
want
functional,
a brutal,
99% of the time.
honest classic adventure.
Hey, I'm making a living with it, so that's
Yes,
all I can
Jonathan's
say.
right.
I can't
Quality of
complain
life
too
is
much.
way better on TLP.
Yeah.
P99 is brutal. It's got
Do I have
corpse
to do
runs.
something on P99 green to get out of Paniel?
It doesn't
Yeah,
care about your
key.
feelings. It's got hell levels.
Yeah, there's.
TLP
I'll come get you.
is
I'll help you.
a nicer jaunt through
The guards, if you say
nostalgia, I would say.
KEYZ to one of the guards, they'll give you a key.
Yeah,
then
thumbs
you can
up the
operate
video.
elevator.
Hit that subscribe if you're new.
YZ, you said?
Good morning, Pack Attack. Everybody's beginning to pile in now. Yeah, I'm taking a little bath, Joe Sheep. It's probably the last bath we'll get. Ran for a while if you want to hop in here.
That's true. Lather up my naked Barbie corpse. I mean, body.
I actually need to come down and grab some food anyway, since we're going to be doing this for a while. So I'm going to do that.
PLs tend to get a little scary sometimes, so gotta make sure I clean off these dwarf stones a bit. Get a little
I mean,
sweaty.
honestly, my hope is that we'll just let the pets do all the work, and you guys can just chill in the corner, because you're so low level that I don't want anything to, like, because things will aggro you from further away, you know?
Yeah.
Actually, you probably don't even want to sit. You probably just want to stand in the corner and just, like, control your pet. At least
Which
for
I've
the first,
never
like,
done in my
10
life.
levels or so.
By the way, I've never had a pet
Okay.
in EverQuest. In any MMO, I've never had a pet. Never played a pet
That's
class.
funny. That's the opposite of me. I always I love mages and summoners and that kind of thing. So, of course, I'm just sad that Pantheon doesn't have a summoner yet. Okay.
Yeah, that was a good video too, Click. I thought that was really good. Talking about your video right now, Renfell, that you made not too long ago about the P99 versus TLP versus live.
You're watching it right now?
We're talking about it. The chat brought it up because people are asking like, what's the best way to play? And,
Oh, gotcha.
and that is a good
I think-
video that really breaks it down. Of like, it depends on what you're looking for, you know. Like it really does.
Yeah, because there are three different versions. I think the only thing I left out of that video was the subscription costs if you want to play on a TLP. That's the only thing I forgot to mention, because other than that, they're all free to play. But the TLPs do have the subscription cost. But other than that, I think that video covered everything you would need to know. Someone mentioned it and I was like, oh shit, I completely forgot to actually mention this one has a cost associated with it. But I know I talked about buying my subscriptions in blocks. So I think I maybe mentioned it in passing, but I didn't like dedicate any time to it.
Yeah. Pantheon
Hellscape,
does have a
that's
necromancer,
you.
but
That's
it
the person
may.
looking for, right?
They're not promising it for
Yep.
launch
Okay.
yet. The bard and the necromancer, they
Did you end up getting your
haven't
key?
said
No, I
they'll be
couldn't find the
launch,
guard that I needed to talk to. I'll just get it
classes
later.
yet, so we don't know.
You can ask this guy we're about to pass if you want.
Oh, perfect.
Joppa
guy
has said he
right here.
feels pretty
Right back. I'm gonna go
confident
grab
that
my,
the bard's gonna make it, but
Drink
I'm
of
gonna
energy.
sell you.
Necro will probably come a little later.
There you go.
What's up, Archbishop?
I think you're already bound in the newbie yard, but if you want, I can bind you over here with everyone else.
Sure.
Just hop in the fountain of binding. Oh, we need to get you in the group first.
No,
though.
we've not seen anything of Necro yet, except for some items have dropped that I've seen that
Nathan, you
Necro
there?
is available for. Yeah, what's up?
Can you invite Kelske to the
Oh,
group?
yeah. Sorry, I forgot I was group leader. Yeah, let me click on.
Odd Nathan.
There you go.
Thanks, sir.
I don't approve of your kind around here, Kelske.
You're kind. Wow. I'm hoping you mean SK.
Yeah, I do. Of course I do. What else could I mean? I don't have
Like a Runites.
obviously, I don't have a problem with big foreheads.
Uh,
Yeah, Jonathan, it does. It does. I would say it pulls a lot for a lot
One thing in Pantheon I always wish they had was like a
from the
just a
Dread
nerdy
Knight in
race
Vanguard.
like the
It pulls a
Erudites. Like
lot
they're
from
just
that,
really
which is
smart humans. I would
an
love
SK
that.
type. If they did what now?
Just have like really nerdy smart humans. That's basically what the Erudites are. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
So that was always my favorite race.
Yeah, I'm not a big
equivalent would
fan of
be
the
Gnome.
Erudites in EQ2. I felt like they don't look as cool as they do in EQ1. Hopefully, Karos, we're going to give
When
it our
Rafael
all.
gets back, we can make the journey.
We're headed into the Warrens. Jenner Pet has no attack command. Oh, weird. My greatest concern about Pantheon
Alright,
classes
who's got my
is
XP
they
pods?
should be built around.
Alright, I'm ready.
Should be built around the
All right,
cleric
busy
kills.
guys.
Now they're trying to
And,
shoehorn in the cleric late in the game.
and I'll lead you back there.
Nah, it won't click. It
Where's
won't
my
cause
divination's
balance
track?
issues because the design philosophy has always been there. They're just implementing them now is all.
SKs are
So
bad.
you won't have balance issues. Not at all. I mean,
You're bad.
maybe during alpha beta, but they'll get it worked out.
Depends on how much they pay me.
Classes is kind of what. It's kind of what these people
So
are good
autofollow
at.
is going to
If
be a
you
little
look
bit
at-
tricky here in
if you
some
look
areas.
at,
So just
their
try
past
to
games.
follow me normally. Going in.
Yeah.
Or at least that's my opinion.
What you gonna do with that big fat ass? Wiggle, wiggle. Come on, Mr. Ogre. Wait, you're a troll.
Alright.
You know, you're an ogre. You're an ogre.
I'm an ogre. Are you guys all following me?
I am now.
Hang on, let me.
Yep.
Keep on invis.
Okay, I'm on you.
If Invis
Oh,
drops,
wait,
you're
no,
going to
I'm
die.
not.
Just
Never mind, I'm not
so
on
you know.
you anymore. Did you guys take off? Tried to auto follow you, and then it just quit for some reason.
Everyone get out of the water, okay?
Yep, yep. Good to go.
Where you guys at?
Nope, nope.
I lost you.
Go, 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 go.
I lost
Wait,
you guys.
You didn't get out?
I'm good now.
All right,
Hey, can you guys not hear me?
Nathan.
Hello? Hello? Why can
Napalm.
they not hear me?
Napalm, Mr. Nathan.
Why can they not hear me?
No, where's Nathan?
Oh,
What
God.
the heck happened?
Bad place to go AFK.
Not AFK, what the
He's
heck?
just like AFK in the river.
Hello, 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 hello.
Was he with us when we left?
Now I don't know.
All right,
Now I
better
don't know.
run back.
Well, I'll just run you guys. Wait, I can
What the
take you
heck?
guys. We're halfway there, so I'll just take you guys the rest of the way.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me on the
Okay,
stream?
okay. Hang on, I gotta find you now because I was already on
Oh
my
my
way
God,
back.
what the
I see you.
hell
Go, go,
happened?
go, go, go.
Go. It'll be good to know if standing in the corner aggroes the mobs, because you guys are low, and I'm curious if they'll aggro at all. Because there's
By the way,
some across the room.
Did you give the mage pet thingy to Kel?
Not yet.
In case I dropped.
Oh, gosh.
Hello, hello, hello.
Did Nathan's internet go out? Is that what just
Hello,
happened?
hello, hello. Gosh, dang it. Hello?
I don't know.
I heard the call drop.
Hello, hello, hello. What the crap is going on?
Okay,
Just
so this is where we're going to
suddenly
be over here.
My
This is the
Discord
bat
is
room.
broke. I was just talking to
And I'm
him.
hoping you guys can stand in this corner right here without aggroing the
God,
kobold that
gosh,
passed
dang
by.
it, dude.
I have something on me.
Test, test,
That's
test.
non-aggro?
Test, 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 test. This is working.
Good PL spot.
I'm stuck on mute.
What we were missing when we were down here.
No shit,
Hey, can you
dude.
guys hear me now?
This is my
Yeah.
favorite
What the
spot. You can
heck,
actually
dude? Discord
off
just
just
quit
these paths.
working. All right,
Oh,
all
that
right.
explains
Well,
it.
I am.
Did you
I'm
follow?
at the
Were you
entrance.
here?
No, I was trying to tell
Okay.
you, but you guys couldn't hear me. That I wasn't auto followed.
Okay, I'll come back.
I'm
and
just
get
at
ya.
the entrance. I just didn't move after I realized nobody could hear me. I don't know why I did that. It was for no reason. They could hear me in the stream. Discord just said that I was muted and I couldn't unmute and I couldn't change my settings. All right, it didn't change anything, and then suddenly it worked. Again.
Discord's a fairly wonky program at times.
Yeah, I've never had that happen before. That would freak me out.
Wiggle, wiggle.
So let me know, like maybe even sit down just to test it to see if the kobold aggroes from across the room when he runs by.
Yeah,
This might be good to know.
Wait till you get back to test that one.
Yeah.
All right.
We're in the Warrens.
Almost back to the entrance.
The Warrens.
Oh, there's definitely 2 kobolds running by though.
I basically just want to know if I have to kill them when they come by every time.
Okay.
All right, do
There
you see me?
are. Yep. Let me follow.
All right, let's go.
All right.
You might want to just follow manually
Okay.
because there's a river and stuff.
Okay, I got you. It's so weird
Hashtag
controlling
things.
invisible.
Yeah, just go
to
first person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm weird. I always play first person.
I used to back in the day. I think you kind of had to back in the day.
I will when I'm pulling, but outside of that, I like third person better.
I don't even think I knew this game had third person back in the original days. Did
I actually
it?
think it might have been disabled.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it wasn't a thing initially
Yeah.
in '99.
That's what I was thinking. I didn't know about it if it was a thing.
Because I can't remember, but I might have just been a noob because I was like 11.
Oh, I was a super noob, dude. I had literally no idea what I was doing. Still don't. Not much has changed.
Okay, almost there. I'm excited to see if this works because if this works, I'm gonna be. Anytime someone needs a power level, this is where I'm coming.
All right.
All right, so this is the corner of safety. I hope.
Yeah, I'm gonna be all up in this corner.
Okay, so let me get some of these items out.
Oh, chat says they're 100% was a third person 99. I didn't know about it.
Yeah, see, it might have just been one of those things where it's like you just didn't know the hotkey. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the menus were so rudimentary back then. And It
Yeah.
was like I don't even remember being able to see a place where your keys are bound. You just had to like read the manual.
Yeah,
What
you're
about
right.
now?
Yeah, you're right. I had a
Okay,
little,
okay,
I had
can
a
you,
little thing
drop
I
my
cut
disc?
out from the manual. It was on my desk. I remember for different keystrokes.
Would you mind dropping your invis, Nathan? I want to give you something.
Yep. All right.
Okay, let's try this out. This is exciting. Oh, and I need to cast HP buff on Kelske.
Chris.
Okay, so if you wouldn't mind right-clicking that
Oh, whoops.
in your inventory,
Ignore that. Ignore that.
this is gonna look weird.
Okay.
Dwarf mage.
All right. All right. Clicked it.
All right, you got yourself a fire pet.
Okay.
Cool. Kelske, are you familiar with how pets work in this game? I think you might be on
I
mute.
think he's on mute.
Yeah, I was muted. There's a pet window now, so it's super high tech, right?
Well, it is a lot better than how they did have it on green.
Yep.
Yeah. Let me give this to you then.
I have my magician with all his macros still.
Cool. So this pet is a level 12 mage pet, and I think 2 pets should be able to take out one of these bats. That's my theory, but I'm going to buff them first to make sure.
You let me know when you want me to sit to test that theory.
Just sit right there. It's fine.
Oh god, this is scary. Just the bat. I know he don't even aggro, but it's freaking me out. He's all up in my face and he's red.
So I've come to this spot for a long time, and the other day I was with a friend in here, and we attacked one, but like 4 of them all came at us at the same time. It looked like we aggroed 4, and I was very confused. I thought they changed it, but it was just like totally random that they just happened to start coming at us. It was kind of funny.
That's funny, Click.
Because we definitely would have died. Okay, so you all have HP buff. I think for pet, Nathan,
Look
will you
up
step out a little bit so I
downwards
can
for
get to your
me
pet?
pack, but not
And
looking
I'm gonna give him
around on
this
P99.
item. I'm gonna give him one of these.
There's a button, there's
So
an
don't let
F
him
key
die.
for changing like the angle of the camera. It's like all you can do.
Actually, Kelske, you're more familiar with using mage pets. Maybe I'll give it to your pet. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
That's actually I
That
think that's a
sounds
safer
that
pet.
sounds like a better
Final
idea.
last
Step
words.
Step out for 2
All right.
seconds. Go back.
Okay.
That rod is like 1,000 plat. All right.
Yeah, so
Hopefully
did
that
you
works
you gave
out.
that to Kelske, right?
Yep, it's
yeah,
on his
that's
pet. His
that's
pet's holding
smarter.
it.
I don't know anything about pets. You guys are gonna have to. I
Basically,
assume-
you're just gonna click the mob you want to attack and
Right.
hit attack. Now,
Okay.
you might want to do /assist Kelske because I think we're gonna make Kelske the main guy here.
Okay.
Since he's familiar with the pets. There's some weird targeting stuff with bats where sometimes you think you've clicked the right one and you'll pull a different one. So I'm gonna be on watch for that. But let me pull out a slow just to make this super safe for the first pull.
Yeah, I'm gonna make for certain that whatever I put my pet on is what Kelsuke has.
And I'm gonna give your pets chloroplast as well, just for extra safety. Shouldn't be needed.
Yeah, F9,
Wait,
yes.
you gave my pet a weapon worth 1,000 plat?
I did. Don't let him die.
The pressure's real, dude.
Yeah, my holding right click and moving it
Don't let him
up
die.
and down moves my camera in third person.
There we go.
If you haven't changed anything in the settings.
All right. Let me just go ahead and slow this guy. All right, so this bat I'm slowing, you guys can send your pets in on. I'm curious to see how this goes.
Okay.
Remember, do I have to do damage to get XP, or is it just shared across the group?
It should be shared across the group.
That's what I thought, but I can't ever remember.
Look at our little pets.
So look at him. The pet just hit for 41.
Oh wow, it's working.
It's working.
Well, pets do take
now
some of the XP.
Do you have to leave the group, Galek, for us to get
Oh
experience?
yes, I do.
Okay.
Hold on. Now, the main thing I'm worried about is the pets dying, since they do cost a fair bit of money to like get the item. So just let me know if they take any damage or if they get low, so I can heal them.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to keep an eye on them, but so just attack this pet here, this bat. I don't need to pull it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we're on him now.
See, you guys are self power leveling now. You don't even need me.
Yeah, but we'll keep you, I suppose.
They are your pets, after all, in reality.
I actually camped this item in Upper Guk, so it's not that big of a deal.
Are they rare drops? Okay, they're chasing.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I was already getting them for my other twink, so I just used those. It's not a big deal. I can feel myself. I'm about to take a break from P99 probably. So
you feeling it? You feeling that you need one now?
It's not that. It's just I do this thing where I take a few months off of work, and well, it's probably time for me to go get some money now.
Yeah.
I used to do that. Had a construction company for years, and I used to work about 6 to 8 months out of the year, and then 4 to 6 months I would go travel Europe and spend all my well-earned spoil.
I usually do about 9 months on, 3 months off, but yeah.
It was because it was decided
want
so
to buy a house.
quickly and rashly due to everybody's schedules is why there wasn't like a lot of announcements about it because of our schedules are so tight.
Do any of you guys have like an offensive spell you can use to pull the bats at all?
Not yet.
It wasn't even decided for sure until like this morning. That's why there
I want to
wasn't
get
too
some
many big announcements about it.
I'm gonna get like my crappy slow out so I can pull them without wasting too much mana. Let me just find it. Drowsy. Haven't used this one in a while. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna run out of bats really fast because these pets are pretty OP, and then I'm gonna run around the corner and get some more for you.
Okay.
Because there is a like boss that spawns in there, and here you go. By the way, how's the XP so far?
I'm about 2 bars in.
Yeah, 2 bubs. Yeah.
Not bad. It probably would work a lot better with one person.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll be fine.
So how did you guys used to do this before they put this menu in here?
With
You had to
macros.
make hotkeys, yeah. It was, well, Blue's had pet window forever, and they just took it out for green to make it more classic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Slash pet back, slash pet attack, all that good stuff.
Hey, good afternoon, Strange. Strange
I mean, the worst part for me is not being able to see
J67.
the HP.
Hope you all are having a good
Yeah, that's never
hump
fun.
day. Yep, not a bad start. We're in Norrath in the Warrens. Got these. I'm a paladin with a pet. It's pretty weird. Pretty weird life right now. Trying to get a little PL action here, because I'm gonna switch over when he
Might have to
catches
kill
up
this
the group to
boss
this
real
Paladin
fast.
for the main group on Friday nights for P99. Because I'm tired of the Warrior. I want a Paladin. So he's level 2 right now.
Yeah, and if we run out of bats, we probably can start killing kobolds.
Okay.
Too. I don't know exact level on them, but
46, 50, 50. Good lord.
that bat died so fast. All right, I don't know what level a Howler is. We're gonna give it a try. This seems to be going really well. So
Yeah, dude, that weapon makes his pet so powerful. It's kind of crazy.
you think that's crazy? There's a robe you can get at level 1. I mean, it's kind of
Okay.
annoying at level 1. You have to go to Temple of Vishan to do it. So you can imagine how hard that is for level 1.
I know, it's
But
so shocking.
if you
It's
can
so
get in
strange.
there and get the right drops, at level 1 you can nuke for 360 damage.
Whoa!
So you can
man.
just literally one-shot anything.
Freaking epic,
basically.
dude. That's insanity. I loved it. You know, like, they don't do that anymore, you know? But, like, what's the harm? You know, you make it hard to get, and you make it, like, super OP.
It
the
makes
problem?
zero sense to do that unless you've already got like high-level characters and connections and things.
Yeah, right,
Like, you
right,
would
right.
never-
That's what I'm saying.
never
That's what
wanna
I'm
do it.
saying. So I don't see a problem with, like, you know, being able to completely just twink a low level, because you had to earn that stuff. It's not like you just log in, never played the game before. You're not going to have access to those things, you know? They don't do that in MMOs anymore, though, you know?
It's true.
Like, it breaks the game.
Well, the thing is,
It
if you don't have
does.
PvP, like, you don't need to have balance. Like,
Right.
balance isn't actually important.
Yeah.
It's actually fun to have things be a little bit imbalanced, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so, too. It depends on how you design your game. Everybody designs their game so theme park-ish that then you really do have to. It needs to be balanced, because that's how you made your game, and then you complain about it. And it's like, but that's what you did. You made the game like this, so it's your fault that it has to be so balanced.
I don't think you can kill this name. He's kind of hard.
Yeah, I'm about to ding level
You
3.
kill him,
It's
give us
working.
the loot.
I can't believe it, but it's working.
Unfortunately, he
Some
doesn't have any good
interesting
drops.
theory
I'm
here.
sad about it because he's a cool mom. But I don't know if you guys know this, but back then the technology was so primitive that they could only have a certain number of like mob models in one zone. So if they gave a character a special model, you know that they really put a lot of work into it, because that's why a lot of times you'll see recycled. Oh my god! They killed me too fast.
Dang, Kel. There's
Oh, there's a pop.
Yeah, we're gonna get this kobold first, right?
Yeah. Dang. See, giving 1,000 plat weapon to a pet is totally worth. It's my first time
Recover
doing it,
this
but I have
weapon
to say.
eventually, right?
What's that?
We can recover this weapon, right?
How? I don't know how.
Oh god.
We need
Okay,
to find
let me
out.
see if I can
yeah.
find out.
Well, yeah, because
I would love to know that.
If
That
we
would be
get
so
it back
good if
for
you
you
could.
at the end, that would be really
All
nice.
you viewers out there who know much more about mage
Right.
pets than us.
Yes, please chat. Tell us, how do we get that back when we're done? Ding!
The good news is that because these are all red to you guys, the pace should stay the same for quite a while. Like, it's a little bit slower than I would like, I think, because you guys are in a group, but the fact that the pace will stay like this until like level 15 or something.
Oh, everybody's saying you can't get it back.
I didn't think so.
Oh.
Only if it's a charm pet, you can.
Okay, that makes sense. Jeez, another thing to make enchanters OP.
Yep. As if they weren't already.
Well, I mean, I guess it couldn't hurt to try the Cave Bat Lord.
What level is he? Any idea?
He's like level 20 something. It's fine. If it doesn't work, I'll kill him. I can hold aggro really well because I can just cast slows on him. So I'll keep a little bit more of a distance on this one.
All right.
I didn't get XP for that bat. Did you, Nathan?
You know I didn't. All right, you send in your pet on him. Okay, comes
That's
mine.
weird. I might have accidentally hit him.
Maybe.
My weapon, I do hit for like 140, so it's possible that I accidentally hit him.
What was
Could have been a riposte too.
what was the name of that staff again that you gave the pet?
Rod of Lamentation.
Rod of Lamentation. Yeah.
Oh, that's right, Rod of Lamentation. Yep, yep.
And Nathan, also, I have a weapon you can borrow if you'd like for your
Okay.
streams. I brought it along with me. Just, maybe someday give it back to me.
Sure.
but It is, if I say it in chat here, you should be able to see it, I think.
As
Do you see it? In the...
let me see. Did it show?
That's a nice weapon.
I was going to use it on my Twink Wizard, but it feels wrong to use a melee weapon on a wizard,
Missed
We're
it.
pretty.
It didn't
I
show.
don't know what you linked. I know we've got lots of. We got.
Yeah, because
Smoldering
I'll be.
Brand, Obsidian Shard, Wakizashi, Valium Axe of the Blood
Oh,
Brood.
there it is.
Crap,
I think we
I
probably
was
have a lot
little
of.
bit range.
Oh, that is nice though.
How are your pets doing? Are they holding up?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
barn's only like a half bub of health gone.
Cool.
Whoops, I think I messed that up. How do you? Okay, now I
there?
see. Now I see.
¿Qué pasa?
What does guard mean on a pet? Does that just mean if something attacks me, then attack it? Is that what guard is?
It basically means that wherever he's standing when you click that, he will not leave that spot. But if anything like attacks you or is near you, like any aggressive mobs near you, it'll attack. Basically.
Yeah. Hey, I
Just-
want to say that's a really freaking sick weapon there, but maybe just keep it because I'm mainly going to be doing sword and shield.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. It doesn't even really pick up steam to like level 20 anyway.
We're gonna need to go to Mistmore and get you that Mistmore shield, Nathan.
Heck
You guys
yeah!
come over here closer so you can get the XP off this.
He's running and
There's a really cool graphic on that shield too that you're talking about, if I remember right.
There is, yeah. It's like a skull head or something. I don't remember.
Yeah.
send your pet in. There you go. All right, cool. Back to the corner of safety.
Thank you, Chris. What are you doing?
All right, you can pull some of these bats if you want to.
All right,
Or
I'm
I
gonna be on mute for a few minutes, guys, because I got a sandwich and chips to gnaw on.
Okay. I'll pull one. So you get. When do you get your spell that you can pull with?
Me?
Anyone, I guess. For some reason I was thinking you guys had a spell at some level that you could pull with.
Paladins and
You go to-
SKs and P99 get spells at level 12 or 14, I think.
Okay, so it would be our Shami. After chip, post chip.
Is it okay for us to walk up and hit it just so we get a little bit of skill ups?
As
Or
long
is
as he
that too
doesn't turn on you.
dangerous?
You guys have HP buff, so as long as your HP buff stays on you, you should be fine.
I'm not going to follow him far from the corner though. If he starts wandering out, I'm not going.
Yeah, there's kobolds that pass by.
Yeah.
Trying to keep an eye on them.
Oh crap, he hit me. Never mind, I'm gonna stay back.
Is he still
Why is
hitting
on
you?
me? Yeah. No bat,
Good
leave me
dude.
alone.
Are you dying?
I've got 3 bubs left. Okay, he's not on me anymore.
Not me.
What have you guys done to annoy this bat?
Oh no.
That should be taunting.
There's a
I don't know what's
kobold
up
on.
with
Okay, it's on you.
Walk over here along the wall, and I think they'll leave you alone.
I'm gonna quit attacking.
Your
this
pet's
bat.
got aggro. It's just they'll always attack the master if nearby.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. That's what it was.
Kind of weird how it works with the pets. I got a kobold here for you guys.
All right.
I have a level 55 mage, and my pet hits for 50 something without weapons. So just to give you an idea of how strong that is.
Yeah, that's nuts. All right, get this bat that's here. Yep.
Yeah.
Were you able to get some help on Star Wars Galaxies? Maybe, perhaps. I haven't gotten to test it yet, but I hope so because I really want to keep playing the game, man. I like it a lot. It's so cool.
Man, Drowsy is a great pulling spell. It gives a lot of aggro. and it costs very very little mana. I like it a lot. Yeah, for years I resisted playing on green, but once I started streaming, I was like, fine, I'll play. And then I rolled this guy.
On P99. Oh my gosh, I just woke up and hit him and gets on me. I'm gonna quit.
Yeah, because of the way the pet aggro works, I do think that he'll basically hit you every time you run up there. Sadly. Wow, this bat does not like me.
Watching you Stars Galaxy is so much fun, brings back so many memories, and proves that these games are true oldies but goldies. Still great in so many ways. I agree, man. It's a good game. The only...
How are you guys doing this morning or afternoon, I guess, depending on where you are?
I'm doing pretty good.
Early from work because I'm not feeling good. I'm playing P99, so I'm playing pretty good.
Yeah. Classic.
I left work for several months because I'm not feeling good about it. Oh god, I'm lazy. Alright.
Pre-patch is coming out today for WoW Classic.
You know, I never got into WoW. I was thinking about trying WoW Classic.
It's good, man. You know, like it's not as easy as everybody acts like. You know, once you get up into the content, me and Rim were talking about that today. Like, you gotta get good.
Yeah. I'm just gonna grab all three of these bats while I'm over here, so I don't have to run back.
Nathan, you got me in the middle of eating my sandwich. What do you mean the pre-patch is coming out today? Because it's scheduled for the 30th.
Oh, I guess it's not. My bad. I'm getting my days mixed up. I thought it was the 24th.
They're patching something today. 'Cause
Yeah.
the servers usually don't go down on a Wednesday, but they went down today.
Is it prepping for it, maybe?
Probably.
Yeah.
Got some bats.
All right, which one we going on?
Just assist whichever one Kelsuke picks. Because there's some squeaky bats.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta take my plate to the kitchen.
Good lord. 50 damage? That must be like the cap. Actually, I don't think it is the cap. I think if you get the right weapon, I think a pet can hit for like mid-70s.
This doesn't seem to be working.
Are you having trouble targeting him?
Yeah, it's not.
Yep, I got it now.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
If you guys loot the bat corpses, it makes it a little easier, because for some reason on P99 the bats have huge target boxes and you can accidentally click the corpses.
I just hide the corpses.
Oh, that's probably a good idea. How does that work? I never actually did that.
Flash hide corpse space all.
Good morning, Mr. Ricky Glover. How
Is
you
that
doing?
permanent, or is it just for the ones that are currently visible?
Ones that are currently visible.
Ding.
Yep, same ding.
So how much time do you guys have to dedicate to this today? Because you can get all the way to level 20 in this room.
I've got quite a bit of time.
I can't say it's particularly interesting streaming content, but
I think it is.
it will get you there.
I think it is. I've got until maybe, let's see, what time would that be your time? Maybe about 1 p.m., 1:30 your time, I think.
Okay. Works for me.
Like and sub. Thank you, Mr. Graham.
I'm going on vacation tomorrow, so I'm going to have to pack later, but...
Hope your P99 adventures go well. Yep. Hopefully I can get this pally
I'm
up
back.
at least close to my other guy. I'd like to be able to start playing my Paladin on Fridays.
If you guys want to go even faster, I do have another one of those pet summoner things. It's my last one. I could give it to Ren Shaman.
I would hold on to it honestly because I don't trust my internet.
Okay.
I don't want to waste it. 'Cause
Yeah.
They're still working on things, and if I go if I like LD, it'll waste it. I'm not in a rush, so.
Yeah, that's good thinking. I mean, this is good experience. I mean, level 4
Is it-
already. We just got here.
Okay. It'll probably go it'll probably continue with this pace till about level 14, and then it'll slow down a little bit because they'll start conning blue at that time. Some of them.
Good streaming content.
But
Jealous,
you
never
can't
got the
keep
full
doing it,
PL experience living through you.
all the way
Well,
to,
maybe
like, actually, I think
once
I've
we
gone to
get
level
high
22
level, we
here
can
in
help
this room.
PL some of you guys. That'd be fun. That'd be fun streams too.
My Salbrook.
Entropia.
I'm
I'm
so
not
slow.
a fan of that one. See, I don't actually like sci-fi. Star Wars gets away with it because of Star Wars. Star Wars is just so unique, sci-fi, and ingrained into me. But don't actually like sci-fi too much.
Well, I'm happy to see this plan is working. I wasn't sure 100% if it would work.
Yeah, looks like it's working great.
I was a little bit worried that sitting over here, the pathers would run over, but
I love a good unique plan too. This is super unique. I just not want to, like I didn't expect to have a pet. I will say that.
I had to get creative because shamans aren't the greatest at power leveling, honestly, with no damage shield.
We do have a guild. I'm not 100% certain on this, but it should be a link to the Discord for the guild in the description when you
I should
click
just
show
run
more
outside and
below
reset
the
myself.
video.
This is awful.
I'm pretty sure, and if not, I'll get it added here if it's not on there. It's not my guild, it's technically Renfell's guild, but that's the guild we're using.
Actually, I'm really close. I just remembered we're really close to the zone line to Stonebrunt Mountains. I might just run out there and sow really fast.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As soon as Renfill has an offensive spell, he can also start pulling too.
I have one. I just haven't been.
Okay. Yeah, if you just the bats there, if you want to pull those. And we just have to keep an eye on your talismans because if they wear off, then you're going to be in trouble. Alright, coming back in. Yeah, I'm curious to see what you guys
Thanks for the sub.
think of the. I mean, aside from what you've already commented on, but about the Riot MMO, I'm actually kind of looking forward to that.
I'm
The
more
Riot,
anticipating the Dune MMO.
Oh, really?
Dune-
Oh, yeah, I
Dune
just saw a
Awake.
video for that. Yeah.
So it's been announced like 3 or 4 years ago, but they finally showed the teaser trailer today. I feel about the same amount of anticipation actually for either one because both are going to have PvP, which I don't like, and I know the Riot game is going to be very competitive, probably based on what we've got from their MOBA. I'm not into that kind of gameplay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love their storyline and lore, but I don't like competitive gameplay like that. I'm not a PvPer. And then the Dune game, I'm going to play because I love the Dune world, but I absolutely hate survival games, and it is an open world survival game. So I'm just trying to resign myself to knowing that I'm going to have to get used to playing at least one survival game, and the way around that is going to be going, it's Dune. I can, it makes sense for it to be a survival game, but I hate their Conan games.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trick is to have a group to play with for those. Solo will be terrible.
I do have a good guild, so
I'm not necessarily convinced that the Riot MMO
Whoa,
will be
whoa, is that Trent?
PvP-ish. Oh, what is that? Oh, there's a bard in here who's kiting. I'm not convinced just because Riot's been branching out to other games, and not all of them are PvP. Like they've got what is it called? The Rune King, I think it's called, something like that. It's like an RPG that they made. So they are capable of making non-PvP games.
Yeah, we'll just see. But I'm worried
Yeah.
about it, just like Rim, for the same reasons Rimfell is. It's kind of like me and Ashes. Like, I'm excited, but at the same time, it's a PvP game, so...
I think even if there is PvP, it'll be like an opt-in kind of thing.
For Ashes?
Personally.
If they did it the way that New World did it, where PvP is 100% optional, then I will play the shit out of it.
Yeah, because it does look really cool,
Yes.
I think that's how it'll be because,
We're talking the Riot game,
Riot's
right?
a fairly forward, yeah, exactly. They're a fairly forward-looking company, and I don't think that they like necessarily subjecting people to experiences they don't want to have.
Not if they want the big dollar.
It'll be really interesting to see what they come up with because I was really blown away by some of the newer games that they've been coming out with. Most of the art you see from like Necrit's videos, they're from their card game that they came out with, Legends of Runeterra, I believe it's called.
Oh, right, yeah.
And so that's why I was blown away by it because the art is just so good.
Oh, yeah, man, they're like top-tier quality, have they ever put out anything that was garbage?
No.
Well, Season 2 of League was pretty bad.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. I don't keep up with League. But, overall, League is a super obviously successful for what it is. I'm not a MOBA guy.
They made plenty of money off of me on it, that's for sure.
A lot of people play it, too. Like, I was surprised how many people, like EverQuest fans, actually also play that. Drac plays it, and all kinds of people do. I tried it, and it was just so toxic, dude. I was like, you know what?
That pet can two-shot one of those bats, I think. That's crazy. I've been playing League Season 2 personally. I kind of resisted it at the beginning, but yeah, I mean, I also used to play Counter-Strike back in the day too, so you know, I have a variety that I like.
I've never played too many competitive games. I played Dark Age. I used to love the Unreal Tournament games.
Oh yeah,
play the
those were great.
I was really good at those. And then after that, I played Gears of War, actually. I played that very competitively. And that was it. I don't think I played anything super competitive.
What about Age of Empires? Come on.
Well, you know what? I never got into that too much because at that time when those were really big, I wasn't a PC gamer yet. EverQuest made me a PC gamer. And then I was into MMOs, so a lot of other games.
So you played Ultima Online after?
Well, no. Technically, I played Ultima Online first. That is true. But I still wouldn't consider myself a PC gamer because I just played every once in a while when he was on. I thought it was pretty cool. But it was the 3D MMOs where I was like, oh, this is crazy, EverQuest, which led me to Dark Age.
I'm going to go AFK quickly for a bio.
Okay.
Then I started being like, okay, I'm building my own PC. That's when I started getting serious. Before that, my PC was in the kitchen on my little island counter. That was my desk. Like, it was very casual.
Here's
how
how
were you? Did you get a cold cathode?
Did I what?
Get a cold cathode?
No. No.
I could say how hardcore I was during when Vanguard was out and we had been in beta for 18
did play
months
Aeon,
and we were
Ricky.
playing
Back when it came
constantly and we were top tier guild across EQ2 and Vanguard. This is before there were laptops that were capable of running, games at that level. So I literally, there was one point where I had a contract up the mountain and it was about a 9-hour drive. And what I would do is I would literally pack my entire tower system, monitors, everything into the back of my truck along with all my tools. I would drive up the mountain, set up in a hotel room, and I would work 4 12-hour shifts, 4 12-hour days. And at nights I would come back and I would play and run the raids from the hotel room in my tower, and then I would drive back home and set it back up in the office, and I did that for several months.
Nice.
Just got to do what you got to do, you know?
Yeah.
Back in the day, basically middle school onward, I was president of the tech club at my high school, and I would set up all the LAN parties. God, I miss those days. Those were so fun. all the old crappy beige computers playing like Counter-Strike and stuff. That was great. But I also ran LAN parties out of my garage, and I'd have about 8 or 10 people there on the weekends, basically every weekend through all of high school. My mom was quite nice letting me do that. But man, those were the days. I remember this one guy had a CRT monitor. It had to have weighed at least 100 pounds. It was just insanely massive.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And he brought it every time. Probably broke a seat in his car. A little bit slower without the twink pet.
Yeah.
I tried to get another weapon, but I couldn't. No one was selling anything.
We're level 5 now. What level are you, Renfell? You're 5 too?
He is level 4 actually, which I'm surprised by.
I have a XP penalty because I'm a barbarian.
Ooh.
25% XP penalty, I believe.
Oh my god.
Let me look that up again. Very sure it's 25%.
They should give you some night sight then. Good lord. That's rough.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
From 99.
Every race that can play as shaman has a penalty. It sucks. Let's see here.
Yeah, it was that game, Alex. That's right.
It does, because every single one of the races has to have a penalty. Okay, so it's actually 5%. Barbarians have a 5% penalty, XR have a 20%, Ogre have a 15%, Troll have a 20%. So I have a 5% penalty. It's not as bad as it sounded, but it's still kind of... What's the benefit?
For me.
Crinkled asks, what's the benefit? Really good starting stats, basically.
Yeah.
In the case of an Ogre, they have this OP ability where they can... they're basically frontal stun immunity, is essentially what it is.
Which is crazy.
And
good,
the reason that's OP is because... like an Ogre Shaman is like the only class race combo that can solo dragons. So I could do that someday in theory if I had the right gear. Because not being able to be stunned, you can basically cast, point blank.
Yeah, and XRs you
can
get
catch your Torpor.
Yeah, Pack. Looking forward to you joining
that's
us,
pretty
man.
good too. I think if you had fungi staff, fungi tunic, and you were like an XR, you could get up to like 48 HP regen per tick.
Okay.
I believe it is, which is just insane for this game anyway.
Heck yeah.
Don't ask me how I know that off the top of my head. Played this game way too much.
Uh-oh, something hit me. Mommy!
Help me. Oof, almost 6.
You just dinged 6?
Almost, about to.
So there's definitely more than a 5%
Well, I also
going
started. Well, I started into level 2 too because I was out killing stuff, waiting.
So what level's Kel?
I was like halfway into
Level
2.
5.
Okay. So how far into 5 are you?
Just dinged.
Okay, so that 5%.
So you guys are about the same.
we're almost about the same. Yeah, I was like concerned going if Nathan's already 6, geez, that's way more. That's way more than a 5%
right.
penalty. Jesus.
I got my XP potion on too. I forgot to say that too. You have to send a DM to the to one of the developers of P99 for an XP potion.
If such a mythical item ever existed, they'd probably ban you for using it.
Yeah, better stop to ban me for even saying that.
Alright, let's get some bats.
Yeah, the look. Now I can be down with anime, but Korean anime for some reason it feels off to me. It feels off. It feels generic to me because I'm used to You know, if I want to play something anime, it's typically Japanese style, and that doesn't bother me at all. But the Korean style is just a little different, and it feels like if you want to watch Transformers, you got to watch GoBots. That's what it feels like. All right, which one? Is Kel back?
I think so. I don't know. He answered my question a second ago.
Just want to make sure I'm definitely attacking the one he's on.
Yeah, I'm back. My son just had my attention for a moment.
Hey guys, I'm gonna just go AFK really fast for
Okay.
bio.
Okay. Dang, 6.
I'll move, Chris. No, I'll move if you're gonna do that. Yeah.
This is the making
Yes.
of a Pally
I
stream.
know. it's 'cause
Yes,
you put
yes.
onion on the sandwich, so the whole office smells like onion.
All right, Raish. Thanks, man.
Thank you for the sandwich, though.
Dragon Ball Z, I used to like it. Yeah, I was big into it years and years ago. I wouldn't say I'm... I still think it's cool. I thought it was good. I thought Dragon Ball Z was pretty good. I don't sit around watching anime or anything, but I've seen a few.
Yeah.
Should be moving my Ixar up to the commons this weekend. I'll look for an invite then when it'll be easier to get. Yeah, that's just when most of the officers, everybody are on. Yeah,
Gracias.
because of our stream. A lot of people pop on at that time. It's easier to get in. Because unfortunately in P99 to get an invite you have to be in the same zone. So inviting is a little more difficult. Should we grab that one, Kel? That bat?
Yeah, it's Ren. Could you
I'm here. What do you need?
could you cast an offensive spell on that there bat?
Oh, or Batman. I'm gonna Batman. I'm gonna cast it on Batman.
Oh, dang, I'm gonna get that bat right there.
I'm here. I'm gonna resist, man. Get the thing on me, man. I don't want to die.
Let's see. I'm gonna renew your guys' talismans just for peace of mind.
In the words of Maduros, help! Help! Get it off me!
Get off me! Heal me! Heal me!
Do any of you guys use 4K monitors for this?
Nope.
I do, but I run it at 1440. Or actually, I don't know what I'm running P99 in, to be honest with you. But I never run games in 4K. I always run in
If
1440.
you're running it off of the install, it's 1080.
Then that's what I'm got. Mine's very janky, to be honest.
The only thing I run at 4K is my Xbox Series X. Everything else I just run at 1920.
Makes sense. The default textures,
That's true,
I mean,
like,
they really don't look any better at
face-to-face
higher
invites, yeah.
resolutions, but I've got some improved textures if you're interested.
I
that
have
look good in 4K.
I have the one of the in texture packs. I don't know which one. It does look really
The one
good.
that they link on the P99 site is like the improved Velius textures, but
Okay.
there's someone out there that created their own texture pack using AI to basically upscale the textures, and it looks pretty good if you're interested.
I think that's what I got. I'll have to look.
Okay.
So let me put it this way, because you probably know what I'm talking about. It doesn't exist now, but you used to be able to get the download for everything you needed for P99 from a video from Joe.
Yeah,
Leonard.
you're talking about Joe Leonard.
Yeah, and it
I power
had-
leveled him too.
It had it. Oh, nice! It had a
this
texture
exact
pack in
room,
it.
by the
but I
way.
don't know which one. What'd you say? What was that?
I power leveled him in this room.
Nice. Very
on blue
nice.
though. That was on blue, but yeah.
He's a fun guy. I like Joe. His game's doing pretty good. You saw that? His game released and
Yeah, I'm surprised.
really good.
Honestly, it kind of made me want to try it.
it actually is addictive. I played it. I played it when it was before it launched. He got me in and we streamed together. And it is addictive. It's got. It's hard to explain, but it's just fun. It's just fun, man. You just go.
Well,
out
I wasn't
in the dungeons,
expecting it to
kill
be
stuff.
multiplayer. That's the thing that got me. I'm
Yeah.
like, it's multiplayer? Wow, okay.
Now it's a weird kind of multiplayer because what is somebody's the group leader, right? And they move you through the dungeon. And the only thing everybody else does in the party is they just a lot of battles. It's a dungeon crawler, and when you go into a battle, which is very often, you do your attacks. That's it. It's very simple. It's a very simple game, but there's something about it. It's a lot of fun. Just get loot. Go in deep into dungeons, get loot, kill some bosses, look for rares, go back to town, sell your stuff.
Hey, it's a
some new
proven formula.
abilities. Yeah, it's just fun. That's right, Click. That's right. That is absolutely
Okay,
correct.
I'm gonna,
so they would literally make the pixels so they
rebuff
didn't
the
look
pet-
they didn't
pet
look like
maybe as well.
pixels on CRT, and that's why I prefer to play old consoles on
Especially this Twink
the
one.
CRT TV because it looks the way they designed it. We've all kind of gotten used to the pixel look, but that's not what it looked like to us back then. You know what I
Do
mean?
you have haste?
I do. I'm just running really low on mana at the moment.
Oh.
I'll get that going too. That's a good point.
Yeah, upscaling is sus for retro gaming. Yeah, I agree.
It's just this talisman takes a ton of mana.
Oh, you're a Lukla model
Sure.
fan, Pack Attack. I
Hey,
don't
Nathan.
mind either way. Yeah.
I was also gonna say for your chat because I know at least one person was asking about the P99 guild.
Yeah.
The caveat to that is that not a lot of people are playing in the P99 guild outside of when we log in on Friday
Yeah.
night. That doesn't mean that there aren't people there that want to play. I have seen people ask, but the issue is you can't play P99 on a random schedule. You need to be able to set up static groups.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
Because it's just too impossible to do it without a static group. So I would just urge people that if you want to play with a static group, you need to be proactive about saying, these are the nights I play, this is what I play, this is when I can play, and you'll be able to find people to play with you. But we
Yeah.
do have a guild there. It's most active on Friday nights when we're doing our multi-streams. You'll often see half a dozen other people online at that time. But I know there are other people who have wanted to play outside of the Friday night sessions, but that requires other people organizing because I'm not going to be organizing stuff outside of our multi-stream group. I got too many other things in the fire.
Right, yeah, me too. And to be honest,
Gots
our
to be
most
proactive.
active guild is 100% WoW Classic because
WoW Classic,
we're prepping
baby.
for
That's
Wrath.
it.
And so if you just want to play games with an active community where a lot's going on with us, then right now at this particular time, that is WoW Classic because we're planning on fairly poop socking it.
Yeah, I mean we're up to 132 people in the guild for WoW Classic. It's more
there's
every day.
always
more
people
coming
on,
with-
dude. I was on
Yeah.
late last night, leveling up my other character just in case Sparrow doesn't make it, and dude, there was people on the whole time, talking and doing stuff and sharing.
There's usually
drops
20,
and-
30 people on, I think, most nights. And that'll be at least through until after Christmas time. We'll probably take because we won't even be leveled up and ready to start raiding until the end of November. So more than likely what we'll do is we'll get leveled up, the holidays will happen, and then once January comes, we will assess how many people do we still have who made it back from the holidays, because we are going to lose people over the holidays,
Yeah, good point.
guaranteed.
Yep.
And once we see who comes back from that holidays, we'll be able to start assessing who we have for rating. That's definitely where we're going to be for the next probably 6 months. Is WoW Classic
Yeah,
going to be the primary game.
And somebody, I'm sorry, I just now remembered that I didn't get to answer because people were talking. I didn't want to interrupt because it was a good conversation. I thought you guys weren't here, but somebody asked earlier, are we planning on
P99 is
rating
once
in
a week.
P99? I'm gonna bring that up to Renfell.
Vanguard's once a week. EverQuest 2 is once a week. Am I missing anything?
Because it's hard to rate on P99, dude. It's really difficult.
Oh, yeah, the
Everything's
TLP,
camped.
Which is mostly just our static group at this point. That's Saturdays and Sunday mornings.
So let me ask you this, Renfell. Since P99 rating scene is, in my opinion, very rough.
It is.
It's hot garbage. Just be honest, it's
Yeah,
hot garbage.
it's hot garbage. Yeah, it is. When we get to max level, which will take a long time, by the way, guys. But when we do, should we just like go to cool spots and farm for just cool drops and classic?
There's tons of like get a Funky Tunic. That'll get some cheers.
Yeah,
We're 2 years out from being max level
at
this pace.
but still, one day we'll get there because I don't plan on ever quit playing.
Well, theoretically, they'll have the
Pantheon
Luckland
won't be
server. They'll have their Luckland server out by the time we get
They will. You're not joking. It's a slow burn. It's a slow burn.
Have they actually said they're coming out with Luckland? I thought they weren't ever.
That's purely
It's a joke. It's a joke, but it sounds legit to me. Sounds legit to me.
Just in case you guys didn't know this, levels 1 to 50. Once you get to 50, you're half.
Hold up
60.
to interrupt. All right, never mind. The pet got it. I'm half health. That thing was beating the shit out of me.
You guys might have to fuss at me. I don't even know if I'm doing the right things, to be honest. I think I am. If you notice that I'm not, just say something. I've been resting up and getting a few hits
seems going well.
Yeah, I think so. About to hit 7.
But honestly, there's so much to do outside of raiding.
Right.
That.
Like, I just think
Here's a good example. Here's a good example. Let's say that Velius is the max they're ever gonna do.
Okay.
We could literally do the entire ring quest, the Coldane ring quest.
Right.
We could do the entire Coldane shawl quest. Each one of those is going to take us 3 to 6 months just to run one of those quest chains.
Yeah.
At the pace that we play.
Yep.
We can pick quests now that we can chase after too. We have nothing but time.
I mean, you just got to think of it like this: we play 4 hours a week.
Yep.
That's it's not
you ain't
crap.
Getting shit.
Right.
You ain't getting shit done in 4 hours on P99.
Right.
Especially, well, and the thing is, if I'm doing 4-hour hunt solo, I hope to get 1 level up usually. So if you're in a group, you're not even going to level up once.
No,
probably.
No. We get about 3/4 of a level per session.
Yeah.
Sometimes less if we have a shitty pull or.
What's up, Regnox? Yeah,
whatever the case may be.
We're PLing our.
I don't know who would do
my
that.
Paladin right now.
I don't know anything about that, sir.
And Renfo's got a shaman.
Or you have people pulling
and
pirates
Kel
on you
has got his.
and then you die
Shadow
to someone
Knight.
else's fuck up and.
That happened to me the other day in Crystal Caverns.
Yep.
It's very sad.
And then if you listen to the hardcore crowd, they're like, "That's part of the charm of P99," and I'm like, "You're so
the
full of it."
charm.
That is exactly why I am so against the hardcore death penalty, because for the stuff that's out of my control, I was so pissed. You know, all I did was get up and go pee, and I came back. We weren't in a dungeon. We're in a safe spot. No, I should not be penalized for stuff that's out of my control. Rant off.
What do you mean you're in another? Oh, okay, I can fix that. Is it everybody notice that? Do I need to fix the volume levels?
Nathan needs to heal real bad.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
dude.
what?
I'm gonna run over here.
Okay.
I would heal him, but I'm ohm.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll just take a quick little med break here because I've been low on mana for a while, and for emergencies, it'd be nice to have mana. I also, as part of those HD textures, I found this really cool mod that makes the mage pets look pretty sweet.
I dinged 7.
Nice. That's a pretty good clip. I feel like we're making good progress.
Yeah.
The thing is you're gonna want, you know, your abilities are all gonna be atrophied. So
yeah,
even after you get to like 20 plus, you're gonna probably have to go out and kill stuff just to get your skills up.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to sneak in and get a few shots in. Let them hit me a couple times. It's good for me. Builds character.
Hit the bat in the corner.
Getting that bat first.
Yeah.
Do
Right,
the
if my
temple quest on
stream
blue and it seemed
invariably
to take
drops,
forever?
it's because my internet is all over the place right now. So they're doing something to the wires again, to the cables. So if I disappear, you'll know why.
Okay.
Maybe they're installing fiber.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. One can dream.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna med. Well, here we are.
Candy.
I don't know if any of you know the answer to this. I'm going to assume the answer is yes, but just in case, are the epic weapons still guild locked on green? I would assume they are.
Guild lock? What
Anybody
does that
know?
mean?
Like, certain guilds hold it down,
Yes.
and there ain't no way
Yes.
you're getting it. Kind of thing.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah. Woo! Ragnos,
I think
the
it just comes
big
down to
super
which-
chat.
yeah, which
Here's
epic.
my super chat. Congrats on level 7. Thank you,
And
Ragnos.
so
Most of the
Huge
epics, relatively, the epics
super
are
chat, my
generally
friend. And
fairly
first
easy
super chat of the
compared to
day.
some of the other things that are
Thank you
perma
so
camps.
much, man.
Except for certain ones, like the mage epic is basically impossible to get.
And the other thing too is if this were a live server, you could literally say, screw the people who are trying to permacamp it, and we'll just take it as soon as it pops, and he who has the most DPS wins. But here, you have the etiquette of the
Thank you,
top tier
Ragnax.
guilds that force
Thank
you
you
to
very
go
much,
through
man.
them, and
Thanks
if
for
you don't,
supporting
you
the
get
Nathan
banned from the server.
Napalm.
So it's like, if you want to do
Well-
your epics, go do it on the TLP.
Yeah, yeah.
So they tried lots of different ways to handle it, and they haven't found any good ways. So this is like the newest iteration that happened. I think it was like a few years ago they started doing that.
Yeah.
It used to be whoever tagged it first, but man, that got really nasty really fast.
Yeah, yep.
And there'd be all kinds of like monks pulling giant zones worth of trains on other guilds and things like that. It was really bad.
Yeah.
It's too bad because the rest of the server is really great. It's just once you get to that, it's bad. I really wish they'd do some sort of like, I don't know, some sort of way to respawn raid targets for guilds when they're ready to do them or something like that. I know that will never happen,
That's
but
exactly how you solve that is instancing. I
Yeah.
know a
Well,
lot of people hate it, but that solves
the-
all
the-
those problems.
the trick for me is I like the shared world, so I don't necessarily want an instance. I want another copy of the raid target.
Yeah, that's
specifically, not
what
like
he
a whole other
means.
zone.
I think that's what he means. That's
Okay.
what I mean when I say it. Like just
No,
the
there's-
raid boss.
so
Instance just the
everyone-
boss. You know?
Everyone always makes the assumption that instancing is talking about, a private instance of the zone that's locked. That's one aspect of it.
Yeah.
Vanguard did what's known as golden mobs, which means you're in an open world environment. You get to the place where you need to do a boss mob encounter, and you can spawn your own version of that boss
Yeah.
encounter in an open
Perfect.
world environment. And then if you want help, you can open that mob so that other people can help you, or you can lock it to your private encounter so other
Right.
people can watch you, but they can't participate. Instancing can be lots of different things.
Yeah.
It's not negative the way a lot of people make it sound like, oh
Yeah.
my god, it's so
I think
bad.
I think Pantheon's got to do their raid bosses.
I really
That's
hope that
gotta be
Pantheon
instance.
does that.
They said
Yeah.
that they're open to the idea, and they're just not at the point to make an announcement yet. But
Well,
dude, they're
they
going
might be
to.
in the
They're
same position where it's like a loaded term.
yeah,
right?
it
So-
is. It is, and everybody freaks out as soon as they use that word. And it's like, but for raid bosses, guys, and here's what bothers me: a lot of the people who are mad about it, in my opinion, from what I've seen, from my point of view,
I love how
they don't
you've
raid.
predicated that with-
They,
Yes,
they
and
don't
I-
raid. They don't even know what they're talking about. And it's like, do you know how toxic it gets in an open world on a raid boss when you need it for a certain item for your class? Like, it is nuts. It's nuts.
I think most of the raiders don't like doing what they're doing.
Yeah, they
there
don't.
might be some faction of them that like they're in the dominant position, so they're okay with no lifing everything. But I think most raiders probably don't like it.
You made me laugh so hard. In my opinion, based on what I know, based on what I was like, all of these, just in case. Like, I don't
Yeah.
want to offend.
There
anybody
are
out there.
exceptions to everything, right? Anything
Meanwhile, I just
somebody
go
says,
charging
but-
in, and I always just go charging in. I'm like, this is the way it is. Just suck it up.
Yeah, it used to get ugly back in the day, dude. It still is on P99 because it's the old,
Yes.
preserved world. So that's
So
why
here's
you hear people saying like rating is so toxic or in P99 or blah blah blah. That's why, because it's the way the game is designed.
the other side of that argument too, Nathan, and I think I brought this up in one of my recent videos about player reputation is
You'll have here's my favorite.
That's 100% true, Pack Attack.
You have a lot of people who have never raided who will make this claim. They will say, I want open world, but I also want people to respect my camps. If I'm there first, that's my camp. If I pulled the mob, it's my mob. Respect my camp, respect my mobs. But those same people, when they get to an encounter or an area where another guild is there, where the raid guild is there, and they have perma-locked that encounter, or they are doing something that's blocking the other group from progressing, those same people who will make the claim, respect my camp, respect my mob, will then complain that will is being douchey because they're not letting other people do the content. Well, guess what? They're first. Respect my camp, right? First come, first serve. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You know, there are outlier cases in every scenario. So if you want people to respect camps and respect mobs, and he who's there first and he who tagged it first and all of those things, if you want those rules to exist, then that means the raid guilds with big numbers are going to block everybody else from having access. So you have to instance things. You have to instance things.
Yep. Now, Crinkled said something really good. Rare spawns should be first come, first serve. Raid bosses should be instanced.
Absolutely. Anything that's, well, there's a better way to word that, even Crinkled. Anything tied to progression of a quest should be instanced in some way. So anything that is open world content that has nothing to do with progression, it could be a free-for-all.
So I watched a video last night. I'm trying to do my research because I want to, at the very least, when Wrath comes out, I want to at least know what people are talking about, right? When somebody says something about something, I at least have enough reference to know what they're talking about. And I was watching this really cool video talking about rare mobs, and like, actually you'll like this, Renfield, specifically rare spawns that hunters want to get as pets, right? And they're super rare, and all the hunters would just, you know, sell their left nut to get one of these. And the way they did it in Wrath, I think, is a really cool idea. It doesn't always spawn in the same spot. It always spawns in that zone. But, like, they were telling the story of, like, it's common for somebody to see it, and it is a rare spawn. So, like, ooh, I wonder what loot it has. Well, a lot of those, not all of them, but some of those were designed for hunters to have as pets. They don't have cool drops. So, like, hunters will run up, and some random freaking paladin or something just slaughtered a super rare that might take a week or a month to respawn just to see what it dropped. And he's just, like, crying tears. Because it was such a waste, because they don't drop anything. They're just for hunters. But that's how you do it. You make it to where it can't be camped. You can't camp those mobs. You can camp the whole zone, run around, but somebody could randomly find it before you do.
Yeah, so that's literally what I was designing into Saga of Leucemia, was that exact system that WoW uses, where if you have an entire zone, there's no such thing as a placeholder mob. Everything's a placeholder mob. It's a dynamic spawn cycle, and all you have to do is program the mob to spawn anywhere at any point in time. There's no spawn timer, there's no spawn cycle, there's no placeholder. All you know is that the mob spawns in this zone. You've got to hunt the whole zone now. You have to literally and you can't camp the whole zone. You have to move around, and maybe you don't get it today. Maybe someone else gets it because it randomly spawned in their place. But I'm a big fan of that because it gets rid of the it's my camp, it's my mob.
Yeah, right. You know? Yep, and that's a huge philosophy of Pantheon's design right there. Like, we don't want it to be Groundhog Day. Same dungeon, different experience every time because of the dispositions.
Well, and that's why I like why they're adding the dispositions. Yeah,
and the chance of mobs don't always, even boss mobs, like world bosses, I should say, because those will be in Pantheon. There will be world bosses where they're just open, etc. I just don't think that's how they should do the main raid bosses. But anyway, where they might sometimes be stationary, they might decide to start patrolling. You know, like it's, you know what I mean? Like a boss that you've went to the same dungeon several times, he was always in this certain spot, and then you go and he's not there, and you're just somewhere else, and here he comes around the corner. You're like, oh God, he's patrolling today. That's how you make an interesting world, you know?
Yeah.
EQ2 does that a lot, where they're patrolling scary, super scary things, and I loved it. It was the most exciting thing about that whole game.
They, yes, EverQuest 2 did a lot of things right. I will also say this, because if Pantheon doesn't instance things,
like raid bosses,
Yeah, if they don't instance those raid bosses and things like that,
They will later.
there's a lot of they will later, and in the meantime, until that point, there's going to be a lot of people in Panthan who hate Renfail because he is going to be out there pawn stealing all your shit, and I'm gonna just look at you and go QQ when you tell me, well, I've been camping that raid boss for 3 days. Too bad.
Oh,
Should've been there
guys.
with the raid force on time.
I've got such a good story that has to do with that happened to me last night in World of Warcraft, where supposedly everybody's such big jerks. Okay, let me tell you what happened. So I was doing a quest where I had to collect these little pots off of the world. You know what I mean? And so anybody gets one of those, it disappears for everybody. You know what I mean? And there was other people grouping, and obviously they're in the same spot. They're doing the same quest. So there's a little bit of competition over it. Well, this guy, I was fighting the mobs so I could get to the pot. He rushed ahead of me and got the pot while I was fighting the mobs. I was like, wow, that was a douche move. Well, then he ran to another group of mobs. And I was like, I could just run ahead of him and take that pot. That'd be fair.
And
you know?
should have.
But I didn't. I was like, you know what? I see he's dying. So instead of doing what he did to me, I'm going to heal him and keep him alive, right? So I did. I healed him, and I was thinking, like, that was probably really stupid of me, but whatever. I'll wear the white hat today or whatever. This guy came and helped me. He stayed after that happened and helped me kill all the mobs and get my things after he was already completed.
The unicorn scenario, sir.
I know it's unicorn, but I'm just saying, good things happen even in the games where people are like, the whole community's toxic, blah, blah, blah.
The community sucks.
They're
The
not.
community's so toxic.
Sometimes people are people, man. He was like, dude, that guy, I just screwed him over, and then he healed me, and you know what? That's cool. I'm gonna.
Now
help
I feel
this guy.
guilty. I'm gonna go help him.
Yeah, he helped
Just
me
be
out.
thankful you've never seen Baron chats.
Yes.
Baron, yeah.
I'll be the first
I tell
one to
you
say
what-
I was that shitlord 15-year-old in Baron's chat. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's been getting so bad in general chat.
You
and,
know the
like,
exact
EverQuest
quest I'm
on
talking about,
TLP
Crinkle?
recently. That
Oh my
Polina's
God.
just been turning. It's so bad. It's either politics or religion, and most of the time it's politics, and it's just you just have to turn it off. It's so bad.
Yeah.
General chat is so
Oh
bad.
gosh, it goes into all kinds of crazy too. It's not like it's a political debate. It's like the weirdest.
My favorite from last night's raid was monkeypox hoax theory.
Oh, so now we're getting into the Alex Jones
Yeah,
territory.
yeah. It goes from Alex Jones to super religious to. I mean, it's just like, oh my gosh, like I need a break from even.
You buy
reading
the
this.
InfoWars branded creatine, you'll be safe from monkeypox.
See all the time in leveling WoW, it's like a lot of social media sites. The small, very vocal, toxic minority create
that
that
was
stigma when the
good.
majority are perfectly. I agree with
sure
that
to sip it
100%.
with your
Trips.
InfoWars
In
branded
all my
mug.
experiences
Yep,
so
absolutely.
far, that's how it's been.
And your MAGA hat at the same time.
Ding!
Off-brand Yeti.
Got that level 8.
Man.
I'm just gonna run outside, renew my sow.
Offensive spell that bat over.
Now,
I don't even see a bat.
oh,
I'm so
there is
fucking
one.
blind
So
in
you're
here.
just blind. There is one. Hang on.
Oh, there it is. I had to run out. Oh my god. Yeah, it sucks being a barbarian. I've always been an elf, so I've never had to deal with this
It's
blindness
bad, isn't
thing.
it? It's rough, dude.
Okay, it's just a bat. It's just a bat.
I can't remember what level you get Ultra Vision.
Oh crap! I just grabbed another bat. Whoops.
Yeah, they got
You're
really
watching.
clunky, large hitboxes. It's easy to target the wrong one.
Okay, he's good. We cleared these bodies out. It's starting to get too distracting.
Hide corpses all, baby.
Yep. So we have a good comment here about the conversation about the people guilds taking over areas, etc., or all that. What do you think about this idea? That's why PvP servers are better.
And that's why I hate PvP. I
just fight over it.
Yeah, it's not an incorrect statement.
It is true.
Like,
it is true.
because it does keep that kind of activity in check.
Yeah, when somebody acts stupid, okay, buddy, I'm gonna get my guild, we'll come stomp you.
You also have to deal with the trolls on a PvP server who will permacamp a spawn point and just kill you over and over and over and over because they can. Not because it's fair,
no,
not because it's moral
or challenging,
like that, but because they can.
Yeah.
But because they can.
Yep.
Because they can troll you and get away with it, and it gives them a hard on, and it's stupidity.
Yep. There's people who, and I was watching a guy do this last night. Just, you know how YouTube is. I was playing WoW, trying to level up a guy. Had YouTube playing some videos, and it would just kind of pick the next video. Well, it went to this guy who would put on this gear that made him look exactly like an NPC, right? And he went to an area where they were, put it on walk, and just walked around with the NPCs. Well, then somebody eventually would accidentally tab them and attack them, which would trigger them for PvP, in which case he would beat the crap out of them and kill them. So that's just
kind of brilliant.
It's kind of funny, right? But and
trolly as fuck, but it's brilliant.
And there was a lot of funny because I started watching because it was super entertaining. But he tricked one guy and killed him right in front of another guy who had just sat down to like rest for get his health back and eat or whatever, right in front of this guy. And then he was like, well, I guess that guy's not going to fall for it. And he started to run back to try to trick somebody else. And that guy right up and hit him. He thought he was a mod. Like, he must have been like not looking at this monitor, you know what I mean, while he was resting. So like right in front of this guy, he tricked somebody, and then that guy fell for it too, the guy that watched it. But that's just a good example. People will troll. They'll find a way.
Yep.
People that like to troll will troll. Yeah.
What does this Kobold con to? Is it still red?
No, he's blue. He's
him?
blue to me.
Okay.
Oh, I've got clarity. Thank you, calming. Woo. Start working on my skill ups.
Oh yeah, that's great. That's gonna help a lot. Wish you could do candy while running.
Oh, I didn't realize that sleeper. Crinkle, that the sleeper was down first on PvP server.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys gain levels, you should be able to start doing your melee more once you get closer to the level of these bats.
Yeah.
And then I can chloroplast you, so you have a little bit of like passive healing. You should be able to get your skills up.
I did forget how long it takes to level up skills here.
Yep.
I've been casting this stinking conjuration spell forever, and I finally just hit level 5 in conjuration. It's like, oh my god.
I actually think that like the early levels are slower.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Yeah,
that is.
Is it? Yeah, actually, yeah, I don't know why.
So I mean, once you get it rolling, it should be
maybe
okay.
Maybe it's because you're casting it on a lower level target. So as you level up and as your party does, you're casting on a higher level. Does that make sense? Is that maybe why?
I understand what you're saying, but I just don't. I can't confirm. No idea.
There's so many things in EverQuest that we accept as reality, but they've actually never been confirmed. You know, there's so many things.
They have like the math formulas for a lot of this stuff, like on the wiki, but it's just like such a pain to like comprehend.
Yeah,
that I don't even bother.
Yeah.
The guy has math.
I mean, there's formulas in there that are like paragraphs long for like, for instance, one that's like damage calculation, like melee damage calculation for your bonus, is actually way more complicated than you'd think.
Maybe that's why it's so hard to prove some things in EverQuest because it's just so complicated that everything's just technically true.
Well, and it doesn't help that it also depends on your class, what your damage bonuses are, and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
And there's also caps, all kinds of stuff.
Just logged in Star Wars Galaxy Legacy or Legends and push the terrain details all the way high. It runs like crap. Yeah, I did that too, but then it catches up. Oh, really? It runs okay-ish. The view distance is insane, of course. Yes. Red Low Zach. Good read if you're into... Yeah, I will check that out. I will check that out, Crinkle.
You, Lucas? Somebody just came in the bedroom. Who is it?
This is my first time being on a stream. Am I famous yet?
Yeah, you're famous for coming up with this pet idea.
I always say I can make you famous. It just depends on the level of super chat.
Nathan, I was actually trying to super chat you the other day, but like my card expired, so I have to wait till I get a new one.
Okay, no problem, man. No problem. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to AFK for like just a few minutes, guys. Max.
Sure.
Maybe 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere, guys. I'll be right back.
This bat is still chasing me? Why does he hate me so much? But
Okay, I'm back.
they do seem fun and interesting, like Lost Boys kind of thing. But I was so excited when I found out they were going to allow the what is the stone race called? Like the
Arkai?
Arkai. When they allow Arkai summoners. Once I heard that, I was just sold.
Oh,
That's what
yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good... That was one of the good ones. Now, I'm kind of with Sparrow, the Scar Ranger. Although, I do... Hopefully Sparrow's not in my chat. She's going to get mad. I do understand why they did it. Because, I mean, they're Scar. They're going to be hunting. They're going to be using bows. You know, they're going to be rangers, you know. But I do kind of
Were
think
the
some of
people
the
that were upset about that?
abilities... Yeah, because some of the abilities are, like, nature-tuned. You know what I mean? So it's like...
Oh, I see.
Seems like Scar would be destroying nature, not, like, in tune with it. But... Everybody ignores the fact that they said that depending on the class, some of the abilities may be different depending on your class,
Right.
your race. I mean,
Race.
I meant to say race. So
Well, you
I
have to
think
keep
that's
in
where that's
mind
going to come
that-
into play. I think they'll end
Like
up
in
eating
EQ,
their pets.
there's often in EQ there's factions of good races that do bad things like that.
Right.
So there could be just this part of the Scar City or whatever
Could
that
be.
just does whatever they want.
I
they
think
like
though.
nature.
I think they're going to make it'll be a nasty ranger. It'll be like you use the pet. And then after so long, you build it up, and then you cannibalize it or something. I think it's going to be a dark version of the Ranger.
I'm excited for the Scar Monk. That's a class race combo I might play.
What's cool about the Archive
Scar
Summoners is that they
Monk.
get to like pick an element that like is empowered. So if you've got like a pet of a certain type, I believe it'll empower it. I hope that that mechanic works, and I think that'd be really, really cool. Is this Howler red to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Is Gragnar worth killing? King Gragnar? Yes, he is. This is probably a spoiler. It's a really, really good low-level camp. If you're level 35 to 40, you can camp him all day. And he drops.
No, I don't
his
have a dwarf. I have a dwarf
staff.
warrior.
It's a pretty rare chance. I think 1 in 20 or something, but it's worth 8,000 platinum. The staff itself is the only clicky item in the game that can build hate, like insta-clicky. So, a lot of like monks will get it because if a monk is main tanking, they'll need a way to build hate fast. It's one of my go-to cache camps. If you can't tell, I like this zone a lot.
Is it your favorite zone? The whole game?
For low levels, yeah, and then I also like that specific cache camp as well, just because you can pretty much AFK it.
Yeah.
Which is nice, if you're at work or whatever.
We'll put this out for your stream as well, Nathan, because since we're switching over, you've pretty much already got a bunch of gear set up from your paladin,
right?
From your warrior paladin.
Yep.
My stuff is going to be pretty nude, so I am accepting any and all shaman gear for barbarian shaman for any of you who might be on P99 green and feeling generous.
I might have a weapon or two for you.
Cool.
Kel's AFK, just so everybody knows.
It's in bank though, so.
We're in the Warrens, Adrian.
My ranger is fairly twinked, but this guy's coming into it cold. I did give him 500 plat, so at least I got my spells covered. I have cast 21 times and not gotten a single skill point.
I need to put
What spell are you
some setting
casting?
on.
Just summon water. It's the only conjuration spell I have at the moment. And I'm only level 6, 23 casts, and I still haven't dinged level 7 yet.
Yeah, I'll just need help transferring my stuff. But Renfel's accepting shaman donations. For anybody out there?
Barbie Shaman.
Yeah, Barbarian Shaman donations are
I was
being
going to ask why you didn't roll the
time.
Ken Shaman,
Who?
It sounded like you said
Oh.
Barbie.
Barbie Shaman. Why not a Ken? Well, technically this was a Ken, but now I'm a Barbie.
Look,
Hashtag
I'm the
me
Ken.
too.
Look, doesn't it look right? Look at my face.
Did you just assume my gender? I'm a big, strong barbarian. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
You guys send in pets?
And then I just got 2 skill ups back to back. That's fun. RNG for the win. Oh yes, ladies.
Yeah,
and
Ranger
gentlemen,
class and
RNG
scars are
existed
weird.
all the way
It's a
back
weird
in
thing.
1990.
I understand them using bows. You know.
By the way, anybody wants to summon water? Because I've got stacks upon stacks.
I'll take some. I don't really need it right now, but
Okay.
if you just need to get rid of it.
Now
I
I'm kind of
don't
curious
even-
what my conjuration
I don't even
is.
have bags. I need to drop some of stuff.
Well, technically, I believe there was there was a damage spell I could have gotten, but it was from the that shaman merchant who's off in the middle of nowhere in Everfrost, and I was level 1 and wasn't gonna run out there and grab it. Why can't I give this to you, Thamius?
Is it because I'm attacking? Do I have to quit attacking?
It doesn't
You're
give me
probably
any...
hitting the bat box is like the target box art is like ridiculously large.
Come over here, Nathan.
All right.
Come over here into the dark corner. I got something for you.
I'm a little worried when a barbarian takes me into the dark corner of the cave.
Alright, there you
That's
go.
right. I was gonna ultra vision you.
You are the perfect height. Thank you.
Practice my skills too.
Ooh, Calming brought me a mace. Calming's like Santa Claus year round.
Oh, your pet needs a weapon still. We just need to make sure we don't override the one other pet.
Oh, I could give him my old one. There we go. It's better than nothing. Is he using it? Oh, maybe it didn't work. Maybe the little crappy... Well, it took it out of my inventory. I don't know.
What kind of weapon was it?
It was just
like the starter weapon?
Yeah, the little starter weapon.
I think it might not work for any character right beside you.
Yeah.
Maybe. I could be wrong on that.
It makes sense. Oh, yeah, now I'm getting some stats. Alright, that's all I can take.
Guardian Mace. Actually, that's a really good weapon. What the heck?
Yeah, it is. Heck yeah, it is.
Wow. That's pretty good for a one-hander.
Heck yeah. That's what I'll be using on this character.
Calming is hooking it up. Nice. Let's see. Well, you know what? Let's spice this up.
It's so spicy.
Me and Calming are engaged, that's why. She likes dwarves.
Oh, really?
In game. She's a... She proposed to me last month. Are you guys on one? Is it this one that's right up in the camp?
There's one. Yeah, there's one
Okay.
attacking me. There we go.
There's a lot of bats here. Okay, let's get the next one.
How fast can I get Alacrity out?
Oh, today was Wednesday, wasn't it?
Yep.
Isn't it? That wasn't it.
Tis.
I got sidetracked with the PL. I'm supposed to put the our D&D episode out today. Can I switch to another YouTube account while I'm streaming? It shouldn't change anything, right?
On a different tab, it should be okay, yeah.
Alright.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
know, man. Is it okay? I don't know.
About to find out.
Yeah, I guess we'll know in a minute.
It's just gonna depend on how they handled their session.
Should be
Yeah.
fine because I'm using a stream key to stream, so it should.
Oh, you're right. You're right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, because you can
shouldn't change.
close. I forgot. You can completely close the live streaming tab, and it's fine. You just can't see chat or whatever, or any of the stats. It was the bat apocalypse.
A lot of bat bodies over here. Got a howler for you guys.
Chat, if you wanted a coffee.
Man,
or a
actually looked pretty
prenup.
cool as an Earth Elemental holding a shovel. I like it. I dug myself up.
Anybody know why kick isn't working? I can't figure out. I'm trying to remember. Do I have to be a certain level for kick?
No, you have to be
You have to
close
train it.
enough.
Oh, I have to
Yeah,
train it, I bet. Yep. That's what it
It's
is.
level 5.
Is your weapon skill going up? I'm hoping it is.
It is.
You-
It
I
is.
Okay, good.
And so I'm
I
getting,
think you might have to train that too. So
and I like getting hit a few times too because it brings up my defense. I'm still.
I just didn't want him to
taunting and all
cast a nasty spell on you because he's a shaman.
that. Yeah.
Hit me, daddy.
No, we're playing on the green server.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna alacrity you.
Quiz.
That way you can get your skill ups faster.
I thought they do. Yeah, paladins get kicked. Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
We do.
You
Oh,
get
so-
shield
oh, we got an
back.
enchanter here. I forgot. I don't need to cast haste anymore.
Yeah, I gotta get a shield at some point. I've got one on my other character though. Start working on bash.
Calming, are you keeping a haste on the pets as well? Especially the one with the staff here?
I'm not 100% sure she is in a stream or not. She usually is.
Okay.
I think she's usually listening to mine, but
Yeah, there's a delay, so might take her a second.
Okay.
I'm casting swift like the wind on everything, she says.
Okay, cool.
It's been a while since I played. I got my mana stone and then walked away. Oh, you got the mana stone? Does it still work on P99? Is it legit on P99? Life got really busy, but I'm having that urge to play again. Yep. It always comes back, man. I've said I'm done with EverQuest and many times. Nice. How weird is it for a paladin to have a pet? 27-hour camp. My brother took 49 hours. 52 hours, jeez. Random's AFK. Just pissy from that you got yours so quick. Chat's much more lively and address more issues than, let's say, the official ones. Keep it up, brother. Yeah, man. Thank you, Raish. Thank you, chat.
I'm gonna pull a named.
Saw the biggest sandstorm ever in Star Wars Galaxy's Legends, and then some guy landed with his huge spaceship on me in Tatooine at the starport. So cool. The game is so... I haven't gotten to see a sandstorm yet, but I'm sure I will, because I'm hanging out in Tatooine.
keep my distance. So
Can
that
it kill you, or is it
doesn't
just
hit
you can't see
Renfell.
nothing? Ooh, the mighty bear paw. Okay, get the pets on it. We ready?
Yeah, I think we're ready. He's got a. I put my good slow on him, so he should be very slow. Look how slow he attacks. God, shamans are so good. That's a good 5 seconds between swings, I think.
I love this model.
Looks like a hulked out beaver.
Yeah. He's been working out.
Oh, we got an ad. Get him. Yeah, back in the day, I was, I think it was on a stream actually. I was power leveling Joe Leonard, and someone trained like the entire zone of kobolds on us. Stream sniping, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
That happened one time to us as well. In here, actually. But it was definitely by accident.
Now you can't see
The zone's well known for its
much because of all the
trains.
sand and wind, yeah. Hey, does anyone
But
have any suggestions
different
on what
ones
a
on
really
purpose.
good graphical game is nowadays? I just got my new GPU in and want to put it to the test.
I almost saved him too. I tried to mem up my like AE nuke because I was on a mage.
Baldur's Gate 3
I almost
looks
saved
pretty
him,
nice.
but not quite.
It's
Let me
still
root 'em.
only chapter 1 alpha, but it looks pretty crazy. It's one you can pump up and it looks nuts. The Witcher 3 still looks pretty crazy when you bump it all the way up. Ah, Wolverine. That's a good call out. Yeah.
There's this armor that the king drops.
It
He's
is
the
what he
only
looked
one
like.
in the game that drops it. It's called Cold. I believe it's called Cold Iron. It looks really, really cool, but unfortunately, dwarves can't use it. But it's like a dark bronzy color.
Cool.
Kelskate could use it. And,
Oh, nice.
It's cool because it's a very unique look. You don't. I always like when I see whole armor sets that look unique like that. Unfortunately, I don't have a full set yet. Otherwise, I'd give it to you.
The quarry, and I said the quarry actually looks insane. I have a 3070. That's what I run on, a 3070. Okay, I might have to check them out. I finally just bit the bullet and picked up the 3080, nice Ti. So yeah, I want to get my monkeys worth, my money's worth.
I watch Asmongold from time to time, and
Yeah,
he always talks about the how everyone just rushes to max level to get to where the game starts.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to think of ways in which you could solve that problem. That's why I'm such a big proponent of the. Oops, I just accidentally attacked a bat. I'm a big proponent of the progeny system, but I do see why some people might find it annoying.
yeah, and it will be in the game. We just don't know if it'll be in launch, and we don't know what it's going to look like in its final form. But I think, honestly, just the general way that the gear system works and the way bosses are going to work, and the weather system and acclimation, all those kind of things, like where Joppa was like, hey, you can rush to level in Pantheon, you know what I mean? You'll suck, but you can. Then you'll struggle to do anything because you won't have the appropriate gear to go do the things, you know what I mean? So you'll still be out in the world exploring and trying to get the drops and stuff like that. So I think that's a fairly good start for it to try to
perfect example is what we're doing right now, because my skills are going to be so far behind because we're being power leveled, which I'm willing to accept that because I have the time to self cast and level up my abilities after the fact.
Right.
But I will be very far behind in terms of like being, because if I try to cast level appropriate stuff at level 25, it's just going to be a fizzle fest.
Yep, that's right. Until you
that's
skill up.
Got me thinking about it, actually.
Skilling up will be another thing in Pantheon, too, so.
I was trying to think about ways you could solve that. There's, progeny, but I kind of had this thought, and, let me know what you think. Maybe you just have it so that there's no levels. Like, there's just no levels, and what you do is...
I can speak to this, but I'll let you finish. Sorry, go ahead.
The whole thing is, like... The way you power up your characters, you find items, and then maybe you can level up those items, but it's like very limited in how much you can level them up. That's kind of what I was thinking. That way it's always about finding the right set of gear to progress. And no one's thinking, how do I get to endgame? Because you
level
just start
9,
there, right?
almost halfway to 10.
That would be the idea.
So the previous title that I was working on for a long time was a skill-based, no class, no level game. And that was exactly how we eliminated all of the issues with experience points and vertical progression. Now, there was still some vertical progression because people want to progress their abilities, their skills. But when you have around 1,000 skills that players can choose from, and there are only a certain amount that they can take to max, because of different caps and so on and so forth, you give players a huge array of options. And because everything was based off of successful use of skill, if I sat here spamming an ability against this mob as an example, and I wasn't landing any attacks, I would never be able to level up that ability. So the only way for me to get any practical experience, the only way for me to practically level up my abilities, is to use them on progressive-based mobs, which is tied into the vertical system, but it's also horizontal in the sense that it's fleshing my character out and across all of these abilities. But it also got rid of the whole needing to go camp things, if that makes sense.
When it comes to skill, too, and I think you might have had a system like this in your game, Rimfell, I'm assuming anyway, UO did it right. Ultima Online, where...
Yeah, I was going to say, this sounds like Ultima Online.
Yeah, you only had so many you could use, so then you'd have to be like, okay, you know what, I've changed my mind. I want to skill up maces instead of swords, so I'll tell my thing as I'm leveling up mace to level down my sword, you know?
Well, the way we did it was you would just basically decide to abandon a skill, and you would then you would be able to pick up another one and start leveling up the new one. The old one, if you decided to go back to it, the old one, if you decided to go back to it, we would have something that was known as muscle memory. So if you decided to re-level up an ability a second time later on down the road because you changed your mind again, you could do that and it would level up faster the second time around because you had muscle memory from it.
See, muscle memory feels... That's kind of the direction I feel like they need to go with the progeny system, right? Where it's like, hey, I'm playing another mage class. I have some muscle memory, so it'll be a little faster. I don't know, something like that. It seems that they could do without breaking the game.
Sorry to sidetrack real quick. Ganluk with your character, or Galek, as I pronounce it?
Galek, yeah.
You don't have to run out to cast the Spirit of the Wolf.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just cast it on myself.
Huh. Oh, wow, okay. How did I not know that?
I guess they treat this as an indoor... Not to sidetrack, sorry there.
Oh no, it's all good. Yeah, what got me thinking about the idea of like making it more about the items is because Pantheon has the different environments, so you can easily make it so like certain items, right, are better in certain environments. It kind of makes it's more of like
that's right, Crinkle. That's how UO work
kind
too.
of thing.
Yep.
And I kind of like that idea.
Yeah.
Also, if you've ever played Path of Exile, they have a similar thing where your like skills are actually items and you level those up. You could do something like that as well.
Yeah,
But
Dark
it kinda
Age
gets rid of
Camelot had
class
that too.
identity.
Dark Age
Yeah.
Camelot had it to where your epic gear, you had to level it up. So you go back out in the world and you were leveling up again. And there's bonuses and it would shift for different areas. So it would get people in classic zones. It would get people in dungeons where, it would just shift around depending on... And so all the high levels would go wherever to level up their epic. And it would unlock a proc after it got to a certain level, or it would unlock a passive or whatever. I thought that was pretty good. I like leveling up epics. I think that was a good idea.
Oh, something else I meant to say earlier when you guys were talking about instancing, and I just never got it out, is that even P99 has some instancing for like certain parts of EverQuest and stuff. So it wouldn't be that much of a jump for them to make the change.
Does it
But
really?
they'll never do
I
it.
didn't know that.
Yeah, like certain turn-ins for EverQuest will like spawn a mob or something like that.
Oh, true. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying, yeah.
That's
So
why
it's
I
really-
always go back to when people, and this is the classic example. Like everybody likes to make fun of when Blizzard said, "You think you want it," or, it's like you think you want it, but that's when people say you think you don't like instancing, but you've actually been playing with instancing for 25 years. You just didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You thought you didn't like it, but
Well,
guess
I think
what?
a lot of the confusion comes from like the fact that it is an overloaded term, and I think a lot of people think of instancing, so I get a whole copy of
A
the zone
dungeon,
myself, or
yep.
something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the problem. They ought to just make a new word for it when it's not that, to be honest. Sometimes
I feel the
words
same way
just get-
about the term
Niche?
MMO itself.
Oh, true. The word niche is another word that, like, because
I have
of
a
the
video coming out about that one.
because of the term and how people think what it means. Pantheon wants to avoid the
Just
word.
wait.
It's not
Just
it's not the philosophy they're avoiding. It's the word.
Just wait. I have a Pantheon-related video coming out that specifically talks about niche. It's
Brad
gonna be
McQuaid
fun.
was all about it, dude. I'm just saying.
Oh, just wait.
Yeah,
Just wait.
okay,
Just
all
wait
right,
for
all
the
right,
video.
all right.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Well, I do think to an extent Brad was his original vision was probably a lot smaller than what they're doing now.
Originally, yeah.
Oh, I can speak to that because I was there for the Kickstarter and in the earliest days of things. It was such a different game than what it is today.
Oh,
It
from
was-
the Kickstarter, it's it actually isn't the same game. Not at
Yeah,
all.
the Kickstarter was literally EverQuest 3.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
literally
Yeah.
what the Kickstarter was.
Yeah, and it was going to be, he had a way lower scope with the, what were they called? The planes, or it wasn't planes. What was it? Was it planes? Is that what he's calling them?
It was like dimensions or something. I
Dimensions,
forget
right,
exactly.
right. He had a
yeah.
word. I can't remember what word. I think he avoided the word planes because of planes power, etc. But, yeah, it was totally
With like the different realms colliding or whatever.
Even the sacred, like, Ten Commandments, as they're revered of his design philosophies, that he was like, here's the rules, we don't break these, right? The tenets. Those were created after the Kickstarter, as they were designing what Pantheon is today. And none of those have been broken so far. I don't think they will be.
It's changed a lot, but I guess I'm lucky in that I like the direction it's going, so I'm not too bothered by it.
The changes, though, are things that Brad said, I would like to also put these in the game, but I don't know if it's possible, and I don't want, to bloat the development. But as things have happened, technology's changed, those things have become possible. So, boats is in there too. That was part of his original, and now that's official. That's going to be in it.
Boats? Yeah.
Yeah. But a lot of people with the boats or the climbing, there's another one where people are like, they changed the vision. No, they didn't. You can go back and hear Brad talking about that in 2016. That he would love
It's
to
not
do
new
it.
to MMORPGs
Right.
either. It's like that's been around since EverQuest.
Well, in the
2.
way they're doing it, it's brand new. Nobody's done a Breath of the Wild climb anything, and that's never been done.
That was always a shock to me that they added that in, but it does look fun.
Yeah, it is fun, dude. I played it, and it changes you just have no idea what it changes everything. Their design of dungeons, the way you think when you're crawling around, dude, it changes everything.
Speak to what Elliot is saying. I remember the world was called something different back then, and that's because Tony was the one who created the world and the lore and everything else around the original game. And then when Tony left, along with myself and a bunch of other people during the first thing that happened, when that first team left the project, you know, that's when things had to change.
Yeah,
so that
Justin's doing all the lore now, and he did all of it.
Yeah, it's a complete. It's an IP related thing. If you have someone who's no longer with the project and they created all the lore,
right?
You know, it's you know.
Unless they leave the rights to do it, like
unless they leave the rights, I can.
I would like to. I'd like to throw that one out there.
I can speak all about that one.
Oh man.
Man, there's all kinds of secret details here I'm dying to know about.
Oh, there's no secrets behind that one. There was,
yeah, he can talk
for like
about
a year and a half. For like a year and a half, the Embers Adrift team kept their mouths silent and made it look like I took the rights to Saga of Leucemia and ran and took my toys and left the sand pit and was like, nah, you can't do anything. And I kept telling people in public, I was like, no, they have the rights to make the Saga of Leucemia MMORPG. They have had the rights since the beginning. They still have the rights. They willingly chose
I feel you on that,
rebrand,
Mert.
and I can't tell you why.
I feel you,
they
man.
Finally, I think it was like March or February or something of this year, they finally came out and said, yeah, we still have the rights, but we just felt it was better to make a better game, blah, blah, blah. But it was just made me laugh that they finally came out and said, yeah, we actually do. And I'm like, see, everyone who called me a liar for a year and a half, I told you. They have everything. Sometimes people choose to do things for strange reasons. But
yeah, Twiz, it's more for... So this is a good subject, too. Like, there's two ways you can do a indie, you know, small team release, right? You can release it in a bare bones, like, hey, it works, you know, it is what it is, and we're gonna update over time. The problem with that is what oftentimes happens with MMOs, specifically this genre, is people come in, they judge it completely by what's there, and they're like, there's not enough here for me, I like games with more depth, and they're gone. And they never come back.
I don't even think that's just MMOs. That's just games now. People's appetites for early access, early stage things is going down and down and down.
That's a good point.
Well, I actually would speak to the opposite, because games like Valheim have come along and shown people what is possible with a small 5-man team. And if you don't create something to that level of fidelity with an indie project, everybody goes, well, what the fuck? Your game's a piece of shit. Like, I don't want to play your game. You've only got these 5 features in it. You need to have 50 features.
The bar is going to continue to be go up to.
So there can be,
Unreal
wins.
5 in particular
New World,
has
great
opened
example,
the door for devless games, and I need to explain that phrase. Devless game, meaning you no longer need a huge art team to do all the shading design and all the lighting design and all the shading program and lighting program and all the optimization shit. Unreal 5 does that out of the box. So we have now sped up development time, increased the visual fidelity of games, and decreased all of these necessities to get a game shipped and have it be feature heavy while also being art heavy, which means it's going to just raise that bar for what people consider to be an acceptable standard of minimum quality for an MVP. So you're going to continue to see that bar being raised, which is going to make it difficult to impossible for any sort of indie teams to come out with products that don't at least hit a minimum standard. Unless, and this is the caveat, unless you have made it abundantly clear that what you're shooting for is let's use the tiny home example.
Okay.
Lots of people use tiny homes these days. Elon Musk lives in a tiny home. A tiny home is not a big thing. It's a tiny home. It has minimal features. It's living minimalistically. It's living with the bare minimum of necessities possible. And if you can get people on board with that, like Path of Exile did when it first launched, that is the perfect way to go from ground zero to a $100 million company, because the people understood that what they were buying into was an early access / bare bones minimalistic product that was going to be added to over time. But if you promise a whole bunch of features and then you scale back and say, oh, well, we ran out of money and we can't do that, and so we just got to ship it and get it out the door because we need to make... Yeah, that's when you get
That's
burned.
a disaster. And that's what's about to happen. And I'm allowed to say this. I can say whatever the hell I want. Embers Adrift is doing that. That's what they're doing. They just got to release it now, and I don't know I don't know the situation they're in, etc. But for whatever reason, they're hell bent on releasing this year, and there's no way they know that that's a good idea for the longevity of their game. No way that they believe that. The numbers aren't showing it. The reaction from people is not showing it. Nothing is indicating they should do that, except for something internal must be happening. Because no other reason I can think of that they would do that.
I do want a song I think that speaks to that.
Okay.
What's it called? Money, money, money.
Oh, probably. But that's the only thing I can think of. Somebody's talking about an issue with the way they're doing Pantheon's development. I agree with this. We've got good comparisons in this community now. So release them one class at a time, and it's like good to go up to a decent, chunk of the game. I would also prefer that they just get the very base of all the classes in pre-alpha, and then let us give them feedback, and then build it around that. Like Paladin may only be able to do a couple of abilities, right? He might be awful, but whatever. He's playable, and I can test what is there, and they can use that data. I would way prefer that they do that. But for whatever reason, their team and the way that they are doing it and coding it and etc., the way they're doing it now works best for them, and they swear it's the fastest way for them and their team currently, right now. Things could change, but for now, that's the way they want to do it.
Well, I can also say there's...
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say a big part of that, too, I think, is just the fact that they didn't have pets in the game, and so many of the classes had pets.
Yeah, they couldn't because of the network stack,
A good example of this is just a look at like some of these tabletop games that have come out over the last few years from companies like Ghostfire Games and stuff, where they will come out with a base module that has, say, 7 classes in it, right? That'll come out with their source book. They launch that, they do a successful Kickstarter, they get it out the door, then they come back later on. Like the dungeon dudes are doing this right now. They just have a second Kickstarter coming out for the Drakenheim world that they have. The first thing they did was the source book Kickstarter, and it did well, and they launched, and that was the source book plus the campaign that featured, I think, levels 1 to 12 based on the original live stream campaign they did like 3 or 4 years ago. The new book that just came out on Kickstarter is all literally bonus classes that they're adding to the game. So it's not even new content per se, it's just a lot of new classes and new backgrounds and everything else, but the update is literally a class-based update, and there's no reason that an MMORPG can't do that where they launch with 5 classes or 6 classes, and because we've seen MMOs over time have launched, this new expansion comes with 1 class or 2 classes. You could have an update that doesn't include content, it just includes a new 10 classes. And that would be an acceptable thing for many people. But it just takes a company being willing to do that as opposed to content, because most people want to be able to consume content, and therefore that's the number one thing that comes out with expansions.
Yeah. I do hope Pantheon does pay, which they're obviously aware, but you don't always have to do more levels. You know what I mean? With an expansion.
Well, something that I was keen on doing was taking old world content, taking an old world zone as an example, and just adding new quests to the zone and adding new mobs to the zone. So you could just revamp the zone, and as controversial as Cataclysm may have been for World of Warcraft, the one thing they did that was interesting from my perspective was they reshaped the world, which allowed them to restructure the existing continents to provide players with new content in the same zones, except that they took it to the next level and actually redesigned the zones.
You talking about Cataclysm?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a good idea. They fumbled, but the world restructure and all that, and like the damage from whatever that dragon's name, can't think of it right now. That was cool. That was a great idea. It was the changes they made to the structure of the game, and that really everybody was mad about, that I'm aware of.
Correct. Because if you do that, if you're just restructuring zones,
Summer's gonna make it pack attack.
it's
I
horizontal
promise, I
progression
promise.
all over again because you're keeping the same zones. You don't have to do any new world building. All you do is add new mobs to the game. And I think Lord of the Rings Online has done a good job of that, where they've added new areas to existing zones to where it's not really world building per se, because they're not building new zones. They're just carving out a new section in an existing zone and adding a new camp in there with a new quest hub.
I
Which
think
is
that's
an
key to
interesting way of
making
doing it.
worlds feel populated over time, and adding content. Because like what EverQuest did, they just kept adding zone after zone after zone, where it's like you'd be lucky to run into someone, after a while.
It is true.
And
How many
I never
zones did
understood
we
that.
find out there was? 200?
500-ish, I
Or
think.
500 something.
300
On
300-ish,
live, on
500-ish.
live, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I really hope that Pantheon goes down that route. It doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense from the lore perspective, but I guess they can, they can massage that however they want. But just to have like a new dungeon suddenly open in the middle of a field might be kind of weird.
Yeah, and because Pantheon did kind of keep that, like, all the races came from another existence kind of thing, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Man, they have infinite possibilities for what they want to do with expansions. Like, there's no limit with that kind of lore. You know what I mean? You don't have to say, oh, we found a new continent, or you don't have to do any of that. There's so much they can do. We could go back and see, like, where the Archaea came from, where each race. You could literally go through each race and make expansions for decades just on that, and that's the crappiest of the ideas they could do,
Yeah. Because I mean, and I think climbing actually helps with this too, and because things
Yeah.
are more vertical.
Yeah.
But if you have like centralized areas where even if the amount of space is going up over time, if you've got the right centralized areas where people are crossing paths, it still feels populated.
Yeah.
I think
Yep.
that's key.
Yeah, and you know what? Caves feel more like caves. You know what I mean? Like, you're not just running through and going down a ramp and up a ramp. It's like you're climbing around. You're actually like exploring this place. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like what if you really went in a cave. Like, you wouldn't just be. It wouldn't be all hollowed out all perfectly. You know what I mean?
Do you guys follow the Monsters and Memories project at all?
Nope.
The what project?
Monsters
Monsters and Memories. I do. Yeah.
Yeah, there was an interview on there a while back with someone who designed some of the maps for EverQuest.
Yes.
They were talking about how they had to like put in the vertices of every like corner on every zone, and then they had to like compile it for days to like build the zone out. I was just shocked by that.
Yeah.
There's
I
a
think given that, that's
documentary-
pretty amazing.
There's a documentary from 10 years ago or so that actually some of the devs actually are on an interview talking about how they would have to run, I think in some cases it would run for several weeks to render a zone, and
Wow.
if it fucked up in the middle of it, they would have to restart the whole process.
Oh.
And I mean, I'm pretty sure it was around 3 weeks of time for some of the bigger zones,
Jeez,
which is
man.
just ridiculous when you think about the render time.
I mean, I really think that what they accomplished, given that constraint, is pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's true, Pack Attack. And they've talked
That's
about
the
how easy
definition
it
of
is
just
to
leave
do,
it on
too.
overnight.
Yeah.
Just don't touch that computer over there in
Yeah.
the corner. Make sure it has its own generator.
Yeah.
Like,
You wouldn't want to do it on your power circuit, that's for sure.
no, no.
Yeah,
Kelsey
crinkled,
went
or you could
okay.
look at it the other way. The Warriors Elastic could
Think
end
so,
up being
yeah.
the coolest one because they're getting better at making classes as they go, which is part of the problem
Yeah,
of this
time.
philosophy
Oh, yeah, time still.
that you're talking about.
It's a little
right?
bit slower than I had hoped, but
I actually
was
think
only
the Warrior will
planning-
come out before
originally,
Paladin,
I was only thinking it'd be just one person, so
because they've already got more like they've already got more stuff that they are super aware of that are going to be
What level are
Warrior.
you now? Level 10? That's not too bad. It might take 2 sessions, we'll see.
That's true, Elliot. They really could. There's so many possibilities.
The
And
one thing that I
adding
dislike
new
about Shaman
races
is they
makes
don't get
more
this
sense
building
in the
till level
world.
29, I believe. Kind of a pain.
It really set it up for expansion. Like, they set this game, the general lore of the world is set up for expansion, like, easy. Whatever they want, whatever they can think of.
Well, now that you're hitting things, maybe I'll load up a strength buff for you.
Okay, yeah. I'm getting some shots in now.
Is that thing hitting you?
Every once in a while. I'm taunting them just to get my taunt up, and I like to be hit every once in a while, but it doesn't last long. If on the right one. So far up above me. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, the next pre-alpha session, I'm going to be going hard.
Yeah, me too.
The last one I was able to do, I was employed, so I couldn't really play it that much. But I have a lot of time this time around, so.
Yeah, however long it is, that's how long I'm going to play it.
No sleep allowed.
No sleep.
You remember a while back when VR hired a web developer?
Yeah.
I almost took that position.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I just...
Why didn't you?
Because it was like a part-time, very
yeah.
low pay kind of thing, and I couldn't really swing it, but I would have liked to have joined the team then. I was going to try to fit it on top of my normal job, but just didn't have the willpower to work 60 hours a week.
Yeah, it'd be brutal, man. Because, you still have deadlines, but like, it's one of those situations where you kind of have to prioritize your main job because it's paying the bills. And that's what I was in with the YouTube thing and working full-time, too, is it was like, unfortunately, even though YouTube is what I wanted to do, it had to take a big backseat to the job that paid the bills,
Yeah. And I'm a little bit OCD, and I just have a feeling I'd end up rewriting half their code base, so I don't want to, I don't want to do that to them because they might find it annoying. Need Helsuke to come back. He's got the buff pet.
New World, yes. I played it for a while. Issues. Major issues. Too much of copy-paste with the quests and the general gameplay loop. You stop.
I was running over to Buffalo guys the other day when you were at the Sarnak fort. And right as I got there, you guys were decided to go get spells.
Oh yeah, when Sparrow died.
Got wrecked. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, we're done here.
Rimpo was just ready. He was ready to get to Everfrost.
Well,
hey, I've been trying to get us into permafrost for like 4 months now.
Permafrost is amazing XP. It's just once you get to a certain point, it's kind of like there's this weird spot where it's the flag room. It's kind of hard to break.
That's the issue. So
yeah.
On P99, the issue was that when we went in,
I'm about to die. Let me get out of here.
Yeah, you are. Heal. I've always just gone there at level 14, level 15, and I'm fine with that. But it's hard at level 14, 15. Like you're only gonna get like the first 8 to 10 mobs before you hit the wall of that flag room where everything's 20 plus. And so you can only pull those mobs, and you're gonna get quite a few reds, which can be a challenge. And the issue is because our group had a little caster heavy. It was making it sort of difficult to impossible to really do the camp because the spellcasters just can't land on red mobs. So the decision was made, okay, well, we'll just back out and do Overland until everyone has gotten to the point where we actually have, Mallow and Tash and other things to help us overcome that barrier of entry. And now that we've got to level 24 and everyone's got, like, their first round of major spells, oh yeah, it's time to go back. We're going to take that flag room, we're going to the Preacher and Archaeologist room, and we're going to camp that shit, get the weight reduction bags, and then we're going to camp the King room, and...
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Well, and Permafrost has some of the best XP on P99 as well.
Yep.
So.
And it's time. It's time for a dungeon.
Yeah, I'm with you, Pack Tech. I'm watching it. I'm watching
like
it.
3 months. It's time
I'm
to go
watching
to
New World to
dungeons.
see if they get their stuff together. Really wish they would have left PvP alone with from beta. Yeah, that was the original vision. They should have just stuck with it.
Hey, he's back.
Changing your vision isn't a good look,
Only partially. I'm pressing attack when I can.
Okay.
I think Kel said he came home because he wasn't feeling good from work today, so...
Oh, okay. It wasn't a fake out. I don't feel good.
Gotta go home and play P99 all day. I'm quote-unquote sick, Masters.
This is a real I don't feel good.
He's actually...
I
guys,
considered
bio.
bringing the laptop with me, but not gonna go to that level today. Today is the key word there.
Yeah,
Today, right?
If this was TLP and he's paying a subscription for it, he might.
Oh, you're damn right, buddy. One of those marathon days we did, of course.
Didn't get in beta, but played a decent amount on release. I got to like 55 before I was fed up. Yeah, that's about what I did too. I got somewhere around that I don't remember, but
Look at the weapon I'm using.
somewhere around 50-ish something.
Good one. Shovel's like 12 feet long, but it's worth it.
Really tried to make New World work, but it was missing, I don't know, heart. It felt like a soulless game. It is a little soulless. That's what I had fun. I thought chopping down the trees was super cool. I love the sound effects. I love the look of
Renfell,
it.
did you want to get your melee skills up at all?
Not right now. I'll worry about it later.
I even had some fun with their little auction house.
I'm literally
and
just
I like
chain-
their instance dungeons a lot. It was the
Chain
low
casting,
amount of
trying to get my
abilities,
conjuration up at the moment, and then
the
I'll switch over and
copy-paste
do
quest
alteration,
format,
and then I'll switch over to
the way that all the
mutation,
towns look the same.
everything except for divination.
Nathan, you need to tell your pet to attack.
Oh, my bad, my bad. I'm not used to having a pet, my bad.
No worries.
To answer your question, if this character goes anywhere, I probably will use the two-hander. Yeah.
You want to borrow one for while we're in here?
Sure, if you got one.
Sure. It's a blunt, unfortunately. I'm sure you probably want to do slashing, but
Cool.
Ooh. Come and just give me a bag.
How do monks do with two-hand weapons on P99?
they use
When
them.
you get up
It's
in
their
the
primary
morning
damage
and you
source.
pull it out,
The
All of
best
them are-
weapons are
will-
two-handed. I think you'll be hard pressed to find a monk that uses one-handed weapons unless they're like, epic or have some like uber raid gear.
Yeah.
I think most people use T-staff.
T-staff is the one with the book on the end of it, right? Or T-staff is the tranquility staff?
Tranquility staff.
Okay.
I think it's like 3940 or something like that. So that's like probably the most common monk weapon, or the one that most aspire to, unless they're really hardcore.
Yeah, Stars Galaxies does have a lot of heart. That is a fact.
There's this weapon that I really want to get. Unfortunately, they're like 20,000 plat each, but you can dual wield them, and they cast a 150 damage nuke at level 1, and you can dual wield them on a monk at level 1. I always thought that'd be so fun. Oh, that's right, I was gonna get some buffs out for you now. Let me see.
Woo! Pack Attack with the super chat. Thank you. Got to get going, Nathan. Thanks for the conversation stream this morning. Take care. Thank you, Pack Attack. Appreciate you, man. Have a great day, my friend. And thank you for supporting the Nathan NAPALM channel as a member and for the super chat. Thank you so much, Mr. Pack Attack. You have a great day, man.
Alright. That should make you a little bit stronger.
All right. Got deafness, furious strength, and agility.
Probably get some pets too, why not?
Thank you, Mr. Pack Attack, for that super chat.
I think divination is the invisibility spell. I think. I don't think I have any divination spells yet.
Is that bard again? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. He's probably just factioning up. Okay, pulling. Gosh. Do you guys use Gina at all?
Yes.
The Gina life as a shaman, my entire right half of my screen is covered with Gina timers right now.
My favorite sound effect is for the dragon fears. It does the Wilhelm scream.
Does it?
Mine does, yeah.
Bro, these are our bats. What are you doing, man?
Hey, dude.
That is something I'm very glad they nerfed on live.
I remember back in the day when Lukeland came out, there was this one spot, Paladin Caverns, where you could go up on this little hill ridge and play your damage song, and nothing could get to you. And the things would just path back and forth while you kill them.
Nice.
Obviously, they removed that over time when they
Yeah.
found it, but it was in the game for months. It didn't really help me much because I don't play Bard, but some people made good use of it.
It's always fun when there's some kind of little something like that, you know? Like, it's not going to last
I don't know.
forever,
I kind of made me mad, but I mean, I do remember it.
Yeah. I think it's fun sometimes for stuff like that. As long as the development team fixes it when it's, ruining it for other people, I think
That's
it's
the
fun
key.
for stuff to...
You just said something very important, Nathan. If it's not ruin it for other people.
Right. And and that's what Pantheon says. Like, hey, if it's not breaking it for other people and
Leave it
players
alone.
leave it alone. It's fun. That's called what's that word? Oh man, I can't think of the correct word. That's emergent gameplay. There you go.
Intangible gameplay.
Yes. That's good. That's fun. That's cool. People like that. They have fun with that. Now, if it's breaking it in a way where now other people can't have fun, okay, well, it's time to fix it.
Let's see here.
Like, if you start noticing
everything,
raid groups are like one tank, one healer, and all rogues because of some exploit, okay, you've got a problem, you know?
well, I mean, usually there's only one to three like tanks because usually the main tank doesn't die if you get your chain heals set up correctly.
Yeah, I just meant like all the rest of the raid is rogues because there's an exploit where they can backstab it, crit every hit, etc. Like what happened at one time in WoW.
There's a I did main rogue for a little while in here. Oh, there's a pet guy dude attacking you. This bat does not like you.
Switch over to that one. Let's kill it.
Why? Lost my train of thought.
Left you like a fart in a hurricane.
I don't know, Joey, but they sure are.
Well, it's long gone now. Whatever I was gonna say.
You were talking about a rogue. You played a rogue.
Oh yes, that's right. There's this technique you can do, and this is classic too, where if you pass through the enemy and turn around fast enough and hit backstab, you can backstab solo.
Oh, nice.
It's just really
See,
hard
that's
to
a
pull off.
technique. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, that's a technique.
It's really difficult to do too.
Yeah.
But you can kind of solo okay as a rogue with that technique, and if you had, you know, something like a fungi or something like that. Spirit Wolf.
Crinkled like rogues. I've never played one. They look interesting. I'm always tempted to play one, but I never have. I did secretly roll up a shaman, though. I'm not gonna lie.
One of the best zones to play as a
shaman.
rogue is the Tower of Frozen Shadow. I highly recommend that zone, but especially for rogues because there's a lot of like locked doors and things like that.
Yeah.
It's a really fun one. I hope you guys do it on the stream. I'd like to see it.
We are. It's already planned. That's one of the first things we're gonna do as soon as we get into the 30s because we're gonna bail and everything else and go to Velius. And the thing I like about that is you can literally go in there at 30 and just you can stay there all the way to 50 if you wanted to. I mean,
You can actually stay there to mid 50s, I think, because the top level is very tough. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, it's rough, but if you start off and work your way up, get your keys, get your flagged, never have to leave the tower.
Level 2 is such a pain in my opinion, though, because it's all casters, you know.
Is it the library tier?
Yeah, and it's all casters. They've got enchanters. They literally, I went there on this character. I can't get the level 2 key on this character because even though I'm pretty high level for that area, because they like dispel my pet, and so just by myself it's too difficult. But in a group, you probably could do it just fine. And actually, there's some pretty cool items that drop in there too. So, man, we're killing stuff too fast. It's not respawning fast enough.
Yeah, the bard's not helping either.
Yeah, that's probably part of it. Go look at maybe a bold area. I don't know what that bard's doing. He's not even killing the stuff. He's just sitting in the other room, letting it attack him, and he's getting skills up.
Yeah, maybe.
Are the bats still redcon to you?
Yes.
Yep. We're level 10 now. What level are you now, Rempo? You're 10, right?
Yeah.
Yep. We're all 10.
I got my spells to 14, so as long as I can stay awake. Yeah.
I don't have any of my plat or anything transferred, so I don't have any of my spells yet. I have to do that after I figure out a way to transfer my stuff.
Well, I'll be able to help you out with that, because I need to go back to that area, because there's a bunch of spells on the dude in the middle of Everfrost, and I was too low level to get them earlier, so it won't be today, but at some point, you and I can coordinate, Nathan, and
Okay.
I can get back over there, and
Yeah. Because I didn't want to
And,
move my pally, or I'm sorry, my warrior,
Nope.
because likely, I would think anyway, that I'll still be using him this Friday.
yes, we'll still be on the regular too.
So I didn't want to move him because he's ready to go for the stream.
Probably no point in transferring any of your gear over until we're done PLing, so.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly.
I'm going on a vacation for 5 days starting tomorrow, though. So I don't know. It'll definitely have to be like next week before we can do another session.
Yeah.
No,
problem.
next week's fine. I got plenty of other shit that I need to get done.
Yeah, me too.
The mighty
Cringe
Grandpa is
pony.
approaching.
Cringe Pony. Yep. Only 2 more episodes, and then it's time for me to get that. I think everybody's going to be shocked how quickly I can whip out that Choose Your Own Adventure when I've got an extra 40, 60 hours a week to work on it.
And somebody who's ready and willing and standing by to do all the voices.
Oh, yeah, and already done some. I may have to send those back to you. It's been so long so you can remember what you did for each one.
Oh, no shit, I will have to remember.
Yeah.
Well, I gave you multiple incarnations. So
Yeah.
once you figure out which ones you're using, that's going to be the tricky part so I can match it up.
Yep. Which is cool. I can just send you a clip, you know what I mean, of each one, of a scene from each. And this is a really cool Choose Your Own Adventure. So last time, the last D&D Choose Your Own Adventure I did, I went out and found places. This time I'm making the places with like miniature style. So it's gonna be pretty cool. That means I'm not limited on what the places look like. So. And this one's
There's this
based on the
item.
Dragon of Icespire Peak, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Campaign.
I think we estimated October is when the next campaign is going to kick off. For
What's
Monday
up,
night,
Yahi? You've arrived!
After you wrap up the one you're working on.
What was that now? I'm sorry.
The next actual campaign on Monday
Alright.
nights is going to be in like October after you wrap up the one you're working on now.
Yep, that one is Storm King's Thunder. And then it's time for Dragonlance.
Oh, we're doing Dragon January. I think it'll be January-ish in the new year.
Yep, it's a nerdy time. It's a nerdy good time. Nerdy good times coming. Oh, I cannot wait for when the D&D 1, D&D Beyond, Unreal Engine 5, virtual tabletop, dude, that's going to be a game
It's gonna be
changer,
epic.
man.
For those of you listening, we were having a long conversation about this after our stream on Sunday night. So we've been using Fantasy Grounds for all of our stuff with the Weave and the Void.
And knowing that that BTT program is coming in the pipeline, it's going to be a game changer for anybody running official D&D campaigns, as well as anybody running homebrew campaigns, because the kits that you're going to be able to buy for the campaigns, you're going to be able to take those assets out and do whatever you want with them for your homebrew stuff. It's going to be so freaking epic.
I've only ever used Roll20 and it's awful.
Oh no, Roll20, yeah. Roll20's it's very rudimentary.
One of the very early better ones, right? Wasn't it like one of the first ones?
Yeah, it's the first one. It was like the first one,
That's
and
what
then Foundry BTT came along, and I think Fantasy Grounds had existed in a different state before, but then they did the Fantasy Grounds Unity, which is what we're using.
Backing off the
which
bat.
is awesome. I think Fantasy Grounds works very well.
Yeah, it does. I like Fantasy Grounds. The thing is like I'm happy with Fantasy Grounds, but
it's gonna be better to have graphics.
You can't compete with the freaking like actual little miniatures
3D environments.
Oh my gosh, dude! If you think of like how much money it costs, right? Like in reality for the painting supplies, to buy the miniatures, to buy freaking landscape pieces and all that. Now, that is still a very different thing. I don't think that will ever go away because that's an actual physical piece of something. But when you compare that to being able to just buy a campaign on D&D Beyond and getting it in virtual style and still having full, each little tile, you can change it, etc. It's gonna really, I think it's gonna bring a lot of new people into D&D. That's what I think.
I'm surprised something like this hasn't been created long ago, honestly.
They've tried, but it was like me and Renfel's been talking forever, because Telspire did do this, but they didn't have official Wizards of the Coast support, so like all the D&D systems weren't built in, so we're still...
now we know why, by the way.
Yeah,
now we know why
makes
they didn't
sense.
have official
Yeah.
D&D, so,
Yep.
because
what's the reason?
Because D&D's virtual tabletop program that they just released is basically Tailspire on steroids.
Yeah, because Telspire is
Gotcha.
3D. You've got tiles. You've got monsters to lay out. You can roll dice on the board. It's really cool. And I used it a lot for different things. But to run a campaign on it, everybody would still have to have their own character sheet, or you'd have to run a separate program. It would be a lot to manage because it doesn't have anything baked in. You know what I mean? Besides it being a tabletop simulator. They did a good job.
Unfortunately for me, like my group only plays Pathfinder, so I have no idea how we would make it work inside of a D&D program.
If it ends up being like the other VTTs, like which I think it will, like Fantasy Grounds, because they've already spoke even this early about homebrews and different rule sets. I mean, we'll just see how it goes, but I think it won't be as difficult as you think to mod it for different rule sets.
That would be great.
We'll see, because it's
'cause-
official, so
yeah,
that's an issue. Like where Fantasy Grounds isn't official, they can kind of implement everything.
I would highly doubt that they're going to allow modding of it for other rule sets, because they are bringing all of that in-house, and if I had to guess, it's going to be a subscription-based program that you can use only if you're a subscriber to D&D Beyond, and only with license.
You're probably right about that.
Like,
okay. But why would they not allow modifications?
like other rule sets, I mean...
But wouldn't the players make...
It's a competing game,
wouldn't
right?
people make those, not necessarily D&D? Not necessarily Wizards of the Coast? That's what I was thinking.
Yes, but if you're using it in a subscription-based service, they're going to have terms of service in there that don't allow that. And if you get caught doing it,
You think so?
I don't know if they will or not. I'm hazarding a guess because I know they're trying to bring it all in-house to make the most amount of money possible.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, it could make more money by saying, yeah, totally, you can
do
we'll
mods,
offer
because
you-
that's
yeah.
they're not legally, nobody can come after them and be like, hey, people are using your program to play. I mean, that's player-made mods. So I feel like they'd get away with it. And people
They
still
might,
have to be
yeah.
subscribed, They'd still get their money.
And it's still, in my mind, it's still a good idea. Like, yeah, let them go ahead and create a Pathfinder version, because why not?
Yeah.
You're getting more people into your platform and paying your monthly subscription.
Yeah, and Pathfinder is still linked to D&D. They're still used their
forever,
whatever, right.
forever and ever and ever.
And
2.5 or 3.5, whatever it is.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. But for D&D, it's gonna be just. You can make your own, so it depends on what you mean by homebrew, Crinkled. So we don't know about like making your own rule set, right? We just don't know. That I don't think it'll release that way. But it could be something where mods allow that to be possible. But if you're talking about homebrew like that uses 5th edition rules, oh, that's totally in. That was something they talked about. Like that's a major feature. And once you buy, like, let's say you bought this one, right? You bought Storm King's Thunder set, right? Every single tile piece and miniature and monster and everything is yours now. You can use that to build your own maps, your own stuff, etc. So there will definitely be 5th edition based rule set homebrew, like crazy.
I really want there to be like some sort of way for me to like save versions of my character and then roll them back. Roll20 doesn't have anything like that. It's like I change a stat, I don't remember where it came from. Like I have to remember to roll it back. I really wish I had like a Git style system where you could like
version control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if it had that, it would solve so many of my problems. But and I actually would implement a tool that does that, but they don't have any way to import characters, I don't think, or unless you pay, I believe. Maybe if you pay. I'm not gonna pay. Too cheap for that.
That would be nice, Joe. Even though you can't.
Fantasy Grounds makes it super easy to just create a character sheet. To create a character.
And that reminds me, you said Foundry VTT, right? I think I bought that. I just haven't tried it out yet.
It's that's another one that doesn't have enough official support around the table.
Yeah,
gotcha.
And it does have supporters, but it's kind of like the Linux crowd of people who are always like, give me a Linux version of the game because Linux is the best operating system ever and all other operating systems are inferior. That's kind of how the Foundry VTT crowd are. They're like, our system is the best system ever. It's better than Roll20 and Fantasy Grounds. Raw. And it's not. It's just, it's another option. But it's very heavy on learning how to use it, and it doesn't have nearly as many options as Fantasy Grounds. But again, like Roll20, it's getting better with time.
Ding.
Congrats.
You might have just been describing me on Linux.
So here's one of the funnest things I ever had an
check the name,
argument
Elliot.
about was on the previous
I don't know if
project.
I know about that.
Had a programmer who was continually arguing with me about how he was basically demanding that our MMORPG have Mac support because he was a hardcore Mac user and the game had to have Mac support because he believed in Mac. And I'm like, okay, the user database shows that we have less than half of 1%, less than half of a percent of our total sales are users who use Mac. In no way, shape, or form am I devoting man hours to 0.5% of our total sales. That's a waste of company time. It's a waste of company resources. Linux was less than 1% of total sales. When you have
Wow,
98% of the user base is Windows, there's no way that we're going to be dedicating any sort of operating capital to anything other than Windows-based operating systems and clients.
Yeah.
It's people like to say there's so many Linux users, there's so many Mac users. No, there's not. There are not. There are hardcore supporters of those, but they are a fraction of a fraction compared to Windows users.
Of course, yeah. Plus, I feel like a lot of Linux users are, they're more like programmers. They're not really going to be playing games too much.
Savage World.
Oh, but they're vocal.
It's more
like
running
vegans.
the servers. Well, they're not really playing games.
Linux are the
D6,
vegans.
not
of
seeing
the
anything like that.
programming world.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Gotta
Then.
tell everyone.
It's a good point.
Well, that's like 99% of the world's servers run on Linux.
It's true. That's totally true. That's a fair point to make. Servers, yes. Game clients, no.
I actually got EverQuest to run Linux. I was testing that the other day.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that most people don't have a Mac to play games. I mean, it just is what it is. If they have a Mac, it's for
design
an
work.
art or...
I was surprised that Linux was a higher usage or like a higher percentage of your sales than Mac.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
'Cause there's a lot more Mac users than there are Linux users, so that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, Linux is... people just get sick of Windows, man. You know?
The thing I don't like about
Windows
Windows
does
is
sketchy
they keep plastering new versions of their Windows over the old ones. It's like if you drill down in the settings enough, you're eventually back to like Windows 98
Yep.
menus,
Yeah,
and it's
yep.
just like it's so weird. Like why?
And it's bullshit the way they force you every
Yeah.
time it doesn't like they don't ask you if you want the update. They just do the update without your permission, and then it'll force you to start using like a new version of whatever.
Yep.
And then it'll always like if you're someone like I love my wife to death, but I'm gonna make this comment. If you're someone like my wife who doesn't pay attention when an update happens and she just clicks yes to everything because she just doesn't want to deal with it, it will auto install all sorts of shit that you don't need or want that just bloat the hell out
Yep.
of your startup process and change everything over to what is it, Edge, which is the
Yeah.
worst browser in the history of all browsers, and it's horrible.
Yeah, it's funny that Microsoft has made it. I mean, if you look at the blunders and the absurdities and the issues and the just lack of going all the way, etc., I don't know how they've survived.
I think it just comes down to being what people already know,
Right,
and also they also have all these deals with like Dell and stuff, these prepackaged normie computers that come with Windows. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
like,
But it's
they're
crazy.
just built in to succeed.
They really
Like-
have not been good at almost anything. I can't. Let's think of what they've been good at.
For me, Windows jumped the shark when they started putting ads in the start bar.
Oh yeah, what a joke, by the way.
And from that moment forward, I use Windows only when I have to for games. Otherwise, I use other operating systems. This bat not dying.
They tried to get in the mobile market for a little while, and they were like, no, never mind. They got into streaming for a little while. I was like, no, never mind. They're still hanging in there with consoles, though. They're still working that.
Hey, I love my Xbox Series
But
X.
they did try to sell it at one point. They tried to sell it to
did.
Nintendo. And Nintendo was like, we would rather go out of business.
That was Nintendo saying my stick is better than bacon.
Yeah. I thought that was the funniest statement ever. They were like, we'd rather go out of business than own your brand. Oh, man.
It's the biggest fuck you of all time right there. It's like, no, we would rather die than buy your business. Like, no thanks.
Because they weren't doing good at the time. It was like, well, I mean, they were fine. It's not like they were dying or anything, but like, their newest console, nobody gave a crap. It was the Wii U. And Microsoft was like, I bet you they'll buy the Xbox brand. They're like, nope.
The funny thing is a lot of the games on the Wii U weren't bad.
No,
that's exactly why they're re-releasing them on the Switch and people are actually buying them.
Yeah, and love them. Yeah, because it had like good games. The problem was the name. First of all, Wii, that was a bad name. Whatever, who cares? But then you can't just call your next console Wii U. It was a bunch of soccer moms bought the Wii. So, like, they didn't know that it was a new thing. They thought it was just I don't need a screen for my Wii. I play Wii Sports on it. You know what I mean?
I mean, I was in college at this time when the Wii U came out, and so I'm not sure if I was just really distracted, but like I never understood what it was. Like I didn't know it was a separate console.
Yeah,
like,
they did a horrible job at it. Yeah,
the marketing was just awful because I had
bad.
no clue.
Yeah, it was basically the precursor to the Switch. Like you could You had to be near the Wii U. You couldn't just go off into the wilderness and play
There
on
was
the screen.
there was a time where I thought it was just a dock to plug in your Wii or something. I'm not even kidding. Like,
Yeah, that's what a lot of people thought. I would have to explain it all the time to people.
Very sad. But I also think that the Switch though is like one of the best consoles ever made.
It is one of the best consoles ever made, no doubt. It's got such a good library by this point. And it just keeps cranking them out, man.
I would be happy if they just kept improving the Switch and I just keep buying a new Switch every few years.
Yeah, I would too. I think a lot of people would, because for a handheld, it's it's good enough. Like it looks fine. It's good enough.
I can't target you for some of these bats are too
I need
fat.
to
I
get
want
this
to see.
I didn't have my thing on this one.
You're doing okay. I'll heal you anyway.
Getting my defense up at least.
It's so hard to target anything with these stupid bats. This is the one downside to this spot.
Ooh.
This bat is running away. Oh no, he just spawned.
Well, we're level 11, guys.
There we go.
Xbox is a different wing of Microsoft. True,
Yeah.
true.
The Steam Deck seems interesting, and I thought about getting one, but it's like, I don't, I have a great desktop computer. Why would I buy? I mean, I don't travel enough to warrant it, but I did see this really cool video. Someone got P99 working on a Steam Deck.
Oh, I heard
thought that was
about
kinda-
that. Yeah, I
kinda
did
funny.
hear about that. Yeah.
Like, if you wanted to just lay on the couch or something and like port people for money, you could always use a Steam Deck.
Onslaught is the name
I've been
of it.
laptop
Thank you,
only for
Elliot.
like 12 years now.
Works
or
at a big game
something,
store
and I'm
owner.
Pretty satisfied with it, to be honest with you.
Nice.
You
Creating a
do
D&D
have a
tabletop
slight
called
performance
Onslaught.
hit compared to like a desktop, but honestly, for the cost and being able to be fully mobile and then just plug it into a monitor,
Yeah.
it is what it is. I mean, you do have to understand that if you're a min-maxer who's concerned about getting like max frame rates,
Right.
then yeah, that's going to be a downside but if you're someone like me who doesn't really care about that, and you're like, I'm close enough, I can run it on max settings, not ultra settings, I
Yeah.
don't play shooters, so I don't care about FPS. As long as I'm getting 30 to 60, I'm happy. I don't need 120.
We're kind of at the point now, me and you, Renfo, where it's like, I'm way more concerned about my bandwidth of my internet, right? So if my bandwidth right now is 30 frames per second at 1080, then I don't give a crap what my game is. It just needs to be at least that. You know what I mean?
Just so that you can stream it, yeah.
Because the streamers don't get the benefit, and if they're not getting the benefit, then I don't really care if I am or not,
I need 2 seconds, guys. Chris just walked in the room and needs to ask me a question, so headset's off.
So in other words, everybody needs a protest. I need fiber in my
I
area
actually
so I
need to
can
use the restroom
up the
again, so
quality
I'll
of the
be right back as
stream.
well. Don't stand too far out. I don't want Killscan to get attacked. Guard him. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I think I'll take a break too since everybody else is. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me just a moment. Don't go nowhere. We'll be back with more of this wonderful PL session in EverQuest P99 Classic EverQuest fun. I'll be right back. Everybody's taking a quick AFK real quick, Renfo.
Okay.
Hey, listen up. I want to give a thank you to the members of NAPALM. You are the sponsors of this channel, and thank you for your support. I think you are interested in becoming a member, so strap on your gear, equip your weapon, and cast the spell of awesome by clicking join down below the video for options. And I want to give a very special thank you to the Lords of NAPALM. Bounty Code, Jared Woodhouse, Daimlos, Farthest Reach, Sparrow, Christopher Hensel, Random Rob, Kenneth Kramer, Zelic Lived, Rodden Yo Mom, and Greenhouse. Thank you for your highest tier membership.
Okay, I'm back. Time for a big pull. Microsoft's power is multifaceted, mainly having an easy-to-use operating system, the Office suite of programs for everyday use for work, home, and school, along with some hardware advancements. That's true. That's a good point, yep.
How much HP do you have? Like what? Like your total?
793.
I have 805.
805?
Uh-huh.
Oh, someone buffed you.
Yeah.
793.
Isri
here
White
now.
Wolf.
I haven't seen Isri in a while. Nice to see her. Out of breath now. Yeah, Isri was hanging out with us when we first started going.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I think Isri was here when we originally came to
Our first
the
session.
Warrens at the very beginning of our
Yeah.
data group sessions. This was the first place that I convinced everyone to come to. And
It
there were
really is
some
the
deaths-
best XP early.
There were
early
some
on.
deaths to the Necromancer on the way here, and
Oh, yeah.
Bounty Code couldn't see in the dark, and he fell into the hole. And hey, a GM actually pulled him out and gave him his gear back. It's pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's surprising.
We were told hush hush, not supposed to happen, but it was on a stream, so it totally got
Streamer
out.
privilege. That happened to a guildie of mine. They had to hire a necromancer to summon the corpse out.
Every major Linux.
was Bounty's
Ubuntu,
first
Fedora.
time there.
I used Ubuntu for a long
He
time.
couldn't see 'cause it was pitch black.
Become
He
easier to
zoned
install, yep.
into
Yep.
that area, and you're supposed to go left and not fall in the hole. And he didn't see because he didn't have a light source, and he just went traipsing right off into the void.
I fell in that hole once, and I think it glitched out because I landed safe and sound at the bottom.
You can totally land safe and sound at the bottom. The issue is if the raid mob's up, because if the raid mob's up, that's what gets you.
Okay.
Otherwise, like, that's the easiest way to the undead camp. Which, by the way, withered armor is pretty badass. Got a druid in the group. Vendini's been wanting some good gear. That's a great set for druid.
So on my errand run from my girlfriend and I did today, we went to Five Below. I love that store, and I picked up a t-shirt that said, "Pause my game to be here." It was a perfect shirt for me, so I got one for my brother too. Yeah, I love that store, man. They always got something good there.
Renew your talismans.
What's up, Drac? We're playing the best version of your game, man. I'm getting my pally PL'd so I can catch up with the group for Friday night so I can pally instead of warrior. It was only a matter of time. I don't know why I thought I'd play warrior. I don't know what's wrong with me. Why do I ever pick anything else? I don't know. I make bad decisions sometimes. So I'm up to level 11. That's just from the few hours I've been streaming today. I don't know how long I've been live, but it's been about 2.5 hours, I think. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. It is not starting soon. It has already started. For anybody confused, the stream has already started. I've just got these stupid shortcuts I forgot to get rid of last week.
You know what?
I did use Ubuntu for a little while.
Cast my talisman.
But I'm on Windows now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm back on Windows just because you know.
That's
Just because of compatibility issues, you know, like just back to old Windows. All the new games. I mean, it'd be hard to be a streamer and not, in my opinion, it'd be hard to be a streamer and not use Windows. Everything's built around it. I'm playing a lot of pre-alphas and unoptimized games, and, you know, they're just, it would just be a disaster, in my opinion, at this particular point in our lives. I don't think anybody would use it today, Ubuntu, right? But I did for a little while. I think it was some kind of weird thing.
Pre-alpha.
Where
Ogre Shaman's going to be available, right?
I had a
Like
crash or something. I didn't have
there.
the key for my Windows, and I was just like, "Oh, screwed! I'm just going to use Ubuntu." What was that about? What'd you say there?
I was just seeing if you knew if the Ogre Shaman was going to be available for the next pre-alpha for Pantheon.
Yes, it will be. It certainly
Reroll this
will
character
be.
on there.
Roll out your Ogre Shamies. I lost a friend's great on Linux now with Proton.
I don't think Shaman was available
Probably
in the last
true, but it's a
pre-alpha,
little
if I
risky.
remember
It's
correctly.
risky. Because let me tell you something. Some of these programs that I use,
missed
they
the last
barely
one,
run on
unfortunately.
Windows, and that's what they were designed for. And it's not Windows' fault. It's that the programs are barely hinged together with shoestrings and duct tape.
Very quiet in here. Are you guys still streaming?
I am. I hit when I talk chat, we hit control. That way, we're not. It's not a blubbering mess of people talking to chat.
Oh, I see. I gotcha.
I had somebody come and comment on one of my videos. They were like, after decades of doing voice comms, I hate that you talk over people. And it's like, dude, when I have to talk to chat, they can't hear me. I'm not being rude. If we waited for it to be silent to talk to chat, we would never talk to chat.
Yeah.
You can't not talk to chat and be a streamer, you know what I'm saying? Like, that would not be awful.
That's Asmongold's whole thing.
Well, yeah, he gets away with it because his chat's so freaking fast. Who could read it, Sometimes I think he just makes stuff up. You ever think that?
I'm pretty sure he must.
Like, nobody actually even said that,
That, otherwise,
Right, because he'll just look over and he'll be like, oh, yes, I agree, blah, blah, blah. I don't think anybody even said it. I think he just...
I sometimes wonder if there's like cherry-picked comments by his admins or something
That
like that.
would make sense at his level. That would make sense at his level. They send them the comments, yeah.
Because I've honestly, days like today are slow, and I am talking to my chat. Like, I was just having a conversation with Persnickety about Dragonlance and the Death Knight cycle and some other stuff. But it's also, I'm half asleep because I've been awake since like 3 o'clock. And
Nice, Alex.
so there's probably periods where I'm silent for 5 minutes. I'm talking to you guys, but not necessarily direct through my chat. And then I remember, oh yeah, I have chat open. Look down, read through a few comments. But I've already been talking about, if the growth continues, I'm already at the point where I want to hire a social media assistant / mod.
Oh, wow.
I don't have quite the funding level to do it, but I want to just because I have too many other things going on. And that's one of the things that I would be tasking them with, is to just go through chat for me and pick.
Yeah,
things.
I think I won't probably do that until next year, but I think by next year I will, and I'll probably just, there'll be somebody in the community, you know, that's been really awesome. And
that's what I'm thinking about as well.
hopefully I make enough by then to employ somebody.
My goal is, hopefully, I'm looking at the numbers right now, and if we see the same growth that we saw this month for September and October, then I think in December I'm going to put out a call and try to hire somebody for January.
Just don't forget about the YouTube January thing. That is real.
Yep.
What is it? Oh, where just all the views drop off?
Yeah, it's just everybody's broke, you know, December. So, like, the advertisers they don't care. They're not pumping any money into advertising. People are broke. I mean, they can't help it. Jeez, you know.
You gotta finance Christmas. There's nobody left.
Heck yeah, dude.
In other words, we need to run our big fundraisers at Christmas time.
I am gonna run some, or else I'm gonna be screwed. Because I make enough to pay the bills. That is it. You know, like, I ain't got no extra spending money, so I'm gonna have to do fundraisers as we get closer to Christmas, or my kids are gonna have the worst Christmas ever.
Do you find that streaming helps grow your audience faster than just making videos?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's debatable. That's debatable. Here's the deal. That's a conundrum I'm in right now. I grew faster with videos, but I don't have time to do videos because the streaming pays my bills. You don't make no money on videos unless you're getting over 100,000 views. It pays my taxes. Now, people go back and watch my streams, which is awesome. I love you guys. Thanks for doing that. I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but if you're watching this right now, there is a little thing called Super Thanks if you want to throw me a little money. But basically, the ad revenue pays my taxes, and the Super Chat and the memberships, that's my money. That's what I use to pay my bills. So I'm just stuck right now where I have to stream all the time to pay my bills, and I'm not growing as fast. I get more subscribers.
What I found as being one of your viewers, what I found is that it seems like it's worse at telling me when you're streaming than when a video comes out. I don't know why that is.
It is.
And I miss a lot of them sometimes, you know.
And I can also speak from my perspective as well when you guys are wrapped up, because I've got some data that I can add to that conversation.
Yeah, go for it. Now these people, a lot of the people that I have now that are in chat with me right now, they like my streaming. Like, I make a video, I don't know if they care or not, right? So it's a weird thing. It's like I'm building a new audience, kind of.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's not as fast. Like, my subscriber rates were way faster when I just made videos because YouTube pumped it out more, you know?
Yep. So I can actually speak to this because I've been heavy into the analytics recently, because this is my 3rd month going full time. Thanks to my community, my bills are paid for the 3rd month in a row.
Nice.
We have our we grew this month at a faster pace than last month. So this month we actually made more than we made in July, and we made more in July than we made in June. So it's all going up and up. Net memberships, net over in the Patreon page. Everything is net growth, which is amazing. But here's the big but. I get way more subscribers to the channel through my Rings of Power videos and my YouTube Shorts than I do from streaming. However, 60% minimum is like the amount of new views that I get on the on like videos and everything else. Only about 40, and it depends. That's a large number. 20 to 40% of my existing followers watch the totality of the videos that I produce.
That's good.
A much smaller number of people tune in to all of my live streams. The vast majority of the income that I'm making on YouTube does not come from advertising dollars, and it doesn't come from super thanks, although I do get a chunk of revenue from super thanks. So the difference between a super thanks and a super chat is a super thanks can be done on any uploaded video. There's a button down below, you click the super thanks, people can put it whenever they want. A super chat or a sticker happens during a live stream.
Right.
95% of my transaction revenue comes from super chats and stickers. Only about 5% comes from super thanks. So
I didn't even know it was a thing until you just told me. So
yeah, most people don't. That's why I like to mention it.
Yeah, that's why Nathan and I will hawk it a lot. We'll do our commercials throughout our streams. It's like, hey, don't forget, because a lot of people don't know.
And the problem with us having to mention things all the time that bothers me is I'm afraid some people who can't do it think I'm like hounding them. I'm not. I'm just mentioning for people who can do it who didn't know that they can do it, right? That's what I'm doing it for. Because I know there's some people like they can't do that. That's fine. You're
I
still
don't actually get a lot of followers from the streams or a lot of subscriptions, and the reason is because the people who are watching my streams are my regular crowd of people who are in the Discord. They're here every single day, just like Nathan has his core community, and we have some people who cycle between and are helping all of us out with Sparrow streams, Kel's streams, etc., like Kantan and other people. But that's a small number, and it's the funny thing about it is the very small number of our total audiences overall are the ones who are being the most supportive with the financial super chats and everything else. The vast majority of traffic, I would say, at least from my channel, the vast majority of traffic is coming from the videos that I put out. The trick here is that the videos don't make enough money to keep me alive, so I have to stream a lot, which is also why, and I've been very open about this in my live streams recently, because I do a vlog series every Monday morning. I'm like 80 episodes in or something now where I talk about stuff like this, and we've talked about it when Nathan and I have been streaming with Kel and with Sparrow and stuff. My new schedule as of like the last 3 weeks is I get up at 3:30 in the morning, and I do streaming with my brother, and then I do streaming with Maduros, and then I do video production, and then I do more streaming at night, and somewhere in there I take a nap. But I try to I'm doing 8 hours to 10 hours a day of streaming. I'm doing about 2 hours every day of video production, and I'm doing 2 to 4 hours a day of work on the Weave and the Void. So
my schedule's kind of the opposite of his.
Streaming.
I get up at around 7, 8, start getting thumbnails and stuff ready and stream set up and all that kind of stuff. Work till I'll stream. I take breaks in between streams so I can take care of the kids and take care of the wife's grandma. Then I'll go right back to streaming, and I'll stream until nighttime. Depends on what's going on in the house, depending on if it's 9:30, 10. And then I spend the next 6 to 8 hours working on Cringe Pony TV and squeeze in about 3 to 4 hours of sleep. That's mine.
His is Cringe Pony, and mine is all the Weave and the Void. So we both, I'd say we're both streaming about 8 hours a day, and then working about, another 4 to 6 hours a day on the creative stuff that we do, which includes video production. In a perfect world, if you look at a guy like, say, let's ignore Asmongold for a minute. Look at a guy like Josh Strice-Haves, maybe Kira TV, who has about half the audience. If you're getting 100,000 views on a video, you're probably making a few $100 on that video. You might even make a few thousand on that video.
Yeah, probably.
But to get to the point where you're making reliable videos that reliably get 100,000 views, you have to have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And I've just broke 4,000, so that's not my reality. My reality is super chats and live streams pay the bills.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum because you want to focus on what grows that core audience, but then also you need to pay the bills. So.
Yeah, pay the bills. Yeah. So I'm just waiting until it is growing. So it's growing at a good pace. It's still always better than the month before on everything, but I need to get to that point where I can take out 4 hours more a day to make videos, which I will. I'll get back to that point.
And I've been very candid about this too, because Nathan said something very important. It's just paying the bills right now, and that's the same way I am. It's paying the bills.
It's survival time.
And to date, I've been this is the end of my 3rd month of full-time streaming. This is our best month yet. We basically have more than doubled what I brought in June. So it's been a very good month this month. It could go down next month. I don't know. And that's the issue is I'm 3 months in. I have had 1 day off in 3 months. 1 day. That's it. I took 1 day off. And the only reason I took a day off is because I was having eye strain. And my left eye was like, the eyebrow was like twitching uncontrollably because I did a 12-hour stream. And my body was just like, fuck you, go to sleep. And so I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to sleep. But other than that, I've not taken a single day off because I can't afford to, and I'm not complaining. I'm putting that into perspective for people.
Yeah.
I love my job. It's way better than flipping burgers. But if you do the hourly math, Nathan and I talked about this one day. You can't look at it.
Don't do it. Yeah, just
it's
don't do
less,
it.
I make less than minimum wage. I make less than minimum wage.
I don't do that at all. And the reason I don't, like, I was talking to Drac, and I was like, dude, Cringepoint does really good. And he's like, well, what about monetary-wise? And I was like, yeah, it does really good. It, it makes $50 a week at least. And I was like, that's pretty good for a, and this is how I look at it versus reality, right? I was like, that's pretty good for an hour-long stream, And he was like, yeah, but how many hours does it take to make it? And I was like, dude, stop. That's not how you have to think about it, right? Because then you're making $1 an hour, right? So it's like, no, don't think about it like that.
Yeah.
Cannot think of it. That's what burns people out right there. Is they start thinking about that. Like, how much am I really making? And then they end up burning out and going and getting a job. And it's like, yeah, but you forgot the most important part was that you're getting to do something really fun and cool with people that you're not going to get that going and working for the man, right? That's a really big bonus to anything negative that may be about it. Just forget about that. People get too into it and start thinking of the analytics, and it's just.
I would much rather do beard pole dancing for people for super chats than flip burgers at McDonald's.
Right. Now I will flip burgers at McDonald's if that's what feeds my family. But if I don't got to, I won't.
You guys got
I still won't take my shirt off though.
I will do that.
Way braver than
I
am.
Yeah, I'll do that for any amount. There's not even a number of dollar low enough. Any super chat that wants me to, I'll do it. I don't care. If you want to see these gorgeous man boobs, it's not against term of service yet, so.
See the nipple.
And that was what's funny. The worst part about doing streaming and stuff and making content full time is trying to explain to other people that don't consume that kind of content or know anything about it. So my new thing now is I just say, when somebody asks like, now what are you doing again? I'll be like, oh, I dance for money now.
I don't know. I was thinking about trying it myself, or I don't know. I'm trying to mix it up. I've been doing the same career for about 8 years, and I'm getting bored of it.
Yeah, it's fun, man.
Hang on,
it would be really hard.
Go ahead. So Persnickety saying he's too new around here to know what a beard pole dance is. Never fear, Persnickety, because my brother captured one in a TikTok. I'm going to share it out in YouTube chat right now. Give me a second. You will see what a beard pole dance is. And blame Mujin for this.
Yeah, that was Mujin's idea.
Yeah. Now there's two versions of this. There's the version with the Nicki Minaj song, and then there's one with the My Stick is Better Than Bacon.
Oh, I just got super chatted. See, that was a good one. He's paying me $10 to see. That's.
But did you take your shirt off?
Oh, I'm about
to. Are you taking your shirt
off?
I'm
gonna pull it up.
Just give a flash.
Wants to lar bats.
Thank you, Joe Sheep. Thank you, Joe Sheep. Thank you, Joe Sheep, for super chat. Let's see it. Thank you, sir.
Well, this guy is.
Maybe on the target. No, I'm not. All right. Sorry about that, guys. It didn't help in that fight. I was busy showing off these man boobs.
Hey, man, you gotta pay the bills.
Thanks, Joe Sheep.
my conundrum is that like I really want to do something else, but it's just, to go from a software engineering salary to anything else is so hard.
Yeah.
It's like you're trapped. It feels like you're trapped is what it feels like.
Oh, Trips just did a $10. He wants to show Persnickety what a beard pole dance is.
You gonna get one live?
Yeah, I'm gonna get the beard pole out. Hang on. So the objective that Mujin wanted, he eventually wants us to glitter our beards. Neither Nathan or I have done the glitter beards yet. But I have a stick, and my stick is better than bacon, as they say.
What's up, Graham?
Wanna punch your head with my
Level
stick.
12? I just dinged a second ago. I
So
missed
the
it.
objective here is to make a cringy dance with the beard pole. So we've done some pretty crazy things with, you gotta get seductive and just be like, I like my stick. This is my stick. Don't actually lick the stick though, because my cats lick it. But... And one day this will be carved with different symbols, and we'll put glitter in the beard. But not
Oh,
yet.
you know what you could do, Ren? You could be like, hey, my largest how do you put it? My largest supporters of the beard pole dance, because you can go back through your super chats and look at them and see who requested it. Get like their initials and carved into the totem. You know what I'm
Braid
saying?
it and bedazzle it. There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So they go down in the beard pole history there.
History.
In the lore of the beard pole.
I got 2 beard poles back to back, so we gotta get in here. I gotta get it in the beard. There we go. Hopefully you got your beard cringe out of the way.
It's even weirder when you can't see it.
I know, right?
We're just kind of like, I wonder what that
odd.
looked like.
That was kind of odd.
Winkle's like, welcome to whatever side of YouTube this is. Well,
I like how one of your options is beard pull with Chris.
with Chris.
Oh man.
So that one happened by chance. Somebody did a beard poll like before I made these options, because Nathan was the one who suggested I put these options up here. So before this happened, somebody had done a beard poll option, and Chris happened to be in the room while I was doing it. So she was behind me with one of the kittens, and she held the kitten up, and the kitten was dancing while Chris was dancing while I was dancing with the beard poll, and it was like, all right, that's too priceless to not take advantage of. So actually, I think it was I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he lives in China, and he's here quite frequently when I'm playing in the mornings and sometimes at night. And I was playing Sea of Thieves, and he came in recently last Monday and had me do a beard pull dance with Chris and one of the kittens.
And one of the kittens, nice.
Yeah, that's just Chris and I being stupid and just doing silly little shuffle dances around. It's nothing provocative or anything.
Right.
Totally PG-13.
No, when I take off my shirt, it gets a little provocative. If you're into that kind of thing.
Trip says, it's worth it more for the reaction by everyone else on the stream than anything else.
Yeah, that is the point. Well, Nathan, you make my wife laugh something I haven't done in 10 years. If she lived with me, she wouldn't be laughing no more. Let me just say that. Winter no longer laughs. Winter, my wife, no longer laughs.
When you guys are streaming, do you find it difficult to just be like talking out loud to yourself, basically?
Yes.
No.
No, because I did that anyway.
But
I always
I
would
would-
find. I'd be like, I'd make my wife. She was the one that was like, you need to just make a YouTube channel so you leave me alone.
Yeah, my biggest problem is I can't talk to myself. That's my biggest problem.
I would love to hear Kel's perspective on this, because I have never. I was a public speaker for about 7 years, so I have no problem just like vomiting out of the mouth words nonstop. Are you
that
an
kind of party.
introvert by nature, Kel, or just
I'm fairly
you're not?
introverted, yes.
Okay.
But like, I'm not afraid to
Crinkled,
talk to people.
I have some Plant Man integration
I just
coming next
am
week.
usually
Hopefully
not the
next week. Hopefully I get it
conversation
ready.
starter.
It's
So that's where my
interesting. It's
struggle
interesting
lies.
how I'm gonna do it,
Okay.
but I do have
It's
that
something
coming.
that I found, because when I first started streaming, I also found it difficult to have a running commentary. And what I found out, and this is going to sound so bad, but I remember when I was younger, I remember watching some porn documentaries on HBO because they used to have these porn documentaries back in the day.
Yeah, I remember this. I remember this.
And one of the things that stuck with me over the years was one of these girls talking about the easiest way for her to come up with stuff to say while she's in the middle of the scene is just to narrate what's happening with a sexy voice.
Oh.
And I went, oh my god, I'm just gonna narrate everything I'm doing. And so I just narrate, and that's how I started getting used to it. Was just I just started narrating everything I was doing, and then I would just add to that. I didn't do the seductive voice, but
So I just use my deep sultry radio voice to narrate what I'm doing.
I just use my southern charm redneck voice.
I don't got that. I don't got that.
I have the beard. The beard works for me.
She does a little bit. I got her into some games. She likes MMOs.
There you go. Dude, you should
she's waiting on Pantheon right now.
Yo, dude, welcome to Dorchester.
She loved Final Fantasy 14.
Today we're going to be playing some EverQuest.
Yo, this coffee from Dunks is wicked piss a kid.
Hey man, everybody's got a niche. I realized about 6 months ago when I started doing the Rings of Power videos that the beard had become a thing and I wasn't going to be able to shave it off because people started referring to me as the bearded princess, and I went, oh, that needs to become an identity. And then when we started doing the multi-streams, not just on the multi-streams, the previous podcast I was a part of with Nathan, people would often comment during the streams like, oh, wicked beard dude, and it's just like, embrace it at that point. Like the Duck Dynasty guys, like at some point they went, well, I guess we're not allowed to shave the beards off anymore because we're getting paid to have the beards, so fair enough. Not my preferred facial accoutrement, but it'll do in a pinch.
I've recently had to cut down the beard at the request of the wife.
Honey's more of a gamer than I am. She really got into the MMO genre for a couple years. What's her favorite?
I was at 10 inches. I had to take off 6.
I don't know. That's a chunk. I am going to do the first maintenance trim in September. That'll be 2 years in total. I've never trimmed it, never done nothing, and it is scraggly AF. It needs a trim.
Yeah, I need a good shave too.
And the other thing is, like, I just quit worried about my hair. Like, I was keeping my hair short because, you know, thinning and balding and all that stuff. And then I'm just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to be the crazy old bearded, long-haired dude on TikTok, and I'm just going to embrace that and use it to my advantage.
I wonder if Asmon's Gold's got the winning solution. You just stream all the time, and then you hire someone to make video clips from it.
That's exactly what you do.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do right now. I just don't have the time to take the clips because it takes a long time to go through, 3-4 hours and find your favorite.
You need a team.
Or you need someone, to do it.
An editor who can do that for you, and that costs more money than either one of us are making at the moment.
Interesting stream to listen to while working man boobs, beard pole dancing, porn document. You never know.
Some of the conferences I used to speak at. There is a pro and con to doing interns. On the one hand, internships can be very, very helpful for both sides. However, in the current era we live in, it's hard enough for people to find a paying job with the COVID situation and anything else. I would feel, as much as I've used interns in the past, I just can't support myself personally. I can't support an unpaid internship like I've done in the past, knowing how difficult it is for so many people. So I feel like if I'm in a position where I'm blessed enough to be able to pay someone, I should, even though I don't necessarily need to, because an internship is reciprocal. People are getting something out of it, even if they're not getting paid, because a mentorship can be a very powerful thing. Warren Buffett and Bill Gates is a perfect example of a mentorship that is reciprocal in nature without there being any monetary, attachment to it. But with people needing to pay the bills, I want to make sure that even if it is an internship, you can afford to pay someone. And that's a good way to look at it too, is rather than looking at it as, you could pay someone for a paid internship, which means you're not paying someone a full-time salary. They're learning how to do social media.
EQ too, but she was also really long into
and in exchange,
DC Universe Online and Lord of the Rings Online. Okay.
Now, of course, as the channel gets bigger, I forget who I was talking to. There's a really big YouTuber who was on Jake Paul's podcast, which I don't like Jake Paul's podcast, but I happened to see a clip of this guy, and I can't remember who it is, but he's a pretty cool YouTuber. And he was talking about, he's one of the bigger guys on YouTube, and he makes like $38 million a year from YouTube.
Dang.
Which is a ridiculous amount of money. And he was very candid about the fact, he says, my company keeps all that money. I pay myself a salary, and then the rest of the money goes into the company. He's like, I make more money than I will ever need in the entirety of my lifetime. I've made that money over 50 times. I am set for the rest of my life. So what do I do with my money? He's like, I invest in my friends. I help my friends build up their platforms. I bring my friends with me to make sure that my friends get to see the same level of success as myself. And I'm like, you, sir, are a pillar of the fucking community, because there aren't many people out there who would do that.
Yeah.
Because most people are in the me first mentality. So people who take their friends along with them are the ones who are the true heroes.
Yep.
I think a lot of hip hop artists do that. They have an entourage. And it's usually the guys they grew up with when they were like 7 years old,
Top 3, EverQuest 2, Final Fantasy 14, Black Desert
me.
Online. I'm not a fan of Black Desert, but EverQuest 2, I love it. Final Fantasy 14, I had a lot of fun with it. I totally
understand.
This is my wife's favorite. She loves 14.
Opportunities. Tuesday mornings, Vanguard Saga of Heroes, 8 a.m. Central Time. Thursday nights, 7:30 p.m. Central Time, World of Warcraft Classic. And Friday nights at 5:30 p.m. Central P99. And also, we've got a burgeoning, growing sort of newer stream thing happening on Saturday afternoons with EverQuest 2.
Mm-hmm.
Nudge, wink,
p.m.
wink,
Central. And Sunday nights.
Sunday nights.
Yep, we do Weave and Void, which is a homebrew D&D campaign. Super awesome. We're in costume and everything. Don't want to miss that one. That's a good one.
Episode 8 just went on the YouTube a little while ago. And episode 9 is going to be live this Sunday. So I think I would like to say that myself, Nathan, Bounty Code, Sparrow, Kel, Maduros, Vendini, Mujin, all these people who are growing and streaming and building stuff together over the last few weeks and few months, I would urge everyone to go out there, make sure to like, follow, and subscribe all these people, because we're all doing stuff with each other and we're all sort of growing together. Don't be afraid, ladies and gentlemen, to be a part of the group. Hashtag.
That's how I found your channel.
Yep.
And Nathan and I have talked about that before. Like, we get a lot of back and forth between he and I. I found this dude because the dude recommended me to you, Nathan. And Nathan, I'll get somebody like you who's like, yeah, I found you through there. Like, I didn't even know Kel had come here from Nathan's channel.
Yeah.
Until like 2 weeks ago.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, Nathan was doing EQ2 with you guys, and I was like, hey, I'll play EQ2.
EQ2 is a good game. It deserves more. There's more respect than it gets, It
does. It
gets disrespected
I agree,
a lot.
actually. I kind of wonder why it never took off. Do you think it just because it split the EQ community?
Yes, that and WoW.
And WoW. Yeah,
Mostly
WoW
WoW.
was mostly it.
Yeah, mostly WoW, but it did split the community. That is the thing that happened.
It definitely did, yeah. It did seem weird. It's hard for us to think of this now, but it did seem really bizarre that you couldn't bring your character into a sequel for an MMO.
That did seem bizarre. That's what I was
really
expecting.
Weird back then, It was like, that's weird. Why aren't they doing that,
The little kid in me was excited for that sort of thing.
Yeah. which would have been that would have changed the way, if they would have done that, I don't know if it would have been more successful or not, because World of Warcraft still would have happened. But what I will say is it would have changed the way people looked at doing sequels to MMOs. It would have changed the landscape for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I still wish they would just take those same graphics and just remade EverQuest. And just,
I know.
And made that a new version, you know? And then been like, hey, if you don't play the new expansions, you got to play on the new version, because you know what I mean? That would have been really cool.
I think that's what they're doing with Path of Exile. They're basically just upgrading the graphics, transfer everything over, but I could be wrong on that. I think that's how it works. I know that all your cosmetics transfer over, so I wouldn't be surprised if they let you keep your characters too.
Yeah, the genre during that time seemed like it was just, you know, moving along at such a breakneck speed, you know?
Well, everything was. I mean, think how crazy the graphics changes were between 99 and like 2004.
Epic, yeah. Epic level, yeah.
Well, EQ2 is like a shining beacon of everything everyone wanted in MMO graphics for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Like even over WoW, because WoW was pretty rough at the beginning. A lot of people don't remember that.
It was.
It definitely was. You know, at the time when WoW came out, I remember thinking to myself, this looks like Warcraft 3, but zoomed in a little bit.
Used to stream and do videos, but too much going on at home. Also, running a game store 6 days a week really takes
I would also like
out
to
of my
say,
old
just
butt.
on a side
I
note,
understand.
Obviously, we're a long way from this, but looking at the what Asmongold's OTK group did. Also, I love Viva La Dirt League, and I've been following those guys for about 8 years, and they've been around for about 11 years. So they just did their big Facebook announcement post today, because their Kickstarter that they ran a few months ago was hugely successful. They bought their studio space. They've launched 2 new shows. They're completely expanding. They just bought a warehouse, and they're building their own video editing suite and green screen stage and sound screens and set pieces. They're introducing like 5 new shows, and it started off with 2 dudes.
Absolutely.
Who then grew to 3 dudes, who then grew to Brit and other people, and added some girls to the team, and they just continued to grow over the years. And now they have a team of like, I think around 30 people, if you include all the crew who work on their shows. And they brought all their friends with them from the very time that they started off 11 years ago, and here they are now. And I look at it this way, and I go, you know, from the perspective of we all just started, even though Nathan's had his channel for about 5 years. My channel's, I've been kind of doing stuff with it for a couple of years. We're just getting started with this full-time streaming and content creation stuff. So really starting to take it seriously this year. So imagine what we can achieve in 2 years' time, 3 years' time.
Oh yeah, it'll
4
be
years'
big.
time.
Yeah, it'll be big. As long as nobody stops or does something crazy.
Get arrested.
Well, I think you can still get arrested. Just what did you get arrested for? You know.
Don't get banned.
If I get arrested because I'm dressed like Plant Man dancing in a grocery store, I think I'll still be okay. You know.
I don't know about you out on that one.
That might help.
Well, I do think there's going to be a big boom of streaming, especially when the next big MMO hits. Assuming the one comes.
We'll see.
Ashes will be a really
Ashes,
big deal.
maybe.
That'll make
I don't think
break some careers right there.
The Riot MMO probably is going to be the one, if we're being honest, but we'll see.
Oh, I think the Riot MMO will definitely bring.
It's going to be a big deal, yeah.
It's going to be a big deal.
Even if it's complete
Asmongold
garbage, which it won't be, but even if it was, it'd still be a big deal.
I mean, even if like 10% of the league players come along, it's going to like double the MMO population.
Right, and that's something Asmongold mentioned. Like, it's gonna. He says this is the first game that he feels legitimately has a chance to have bigger numbers than WoW ever did, and it's just like that's totally valid. I mean,
yeah,
it could because of how big League is. Yeah, not huge. Just. Let's put it this way: I could give 2 craps about their MOBA game, but I'm interested because Arcane was one of the coolest shows I've ever seen on Netflix, and it made me go, "Holy crap! If this is the lore of the game, I want to play their MMO." Like, this was amazing. Like, this is a great story. I love the setting. I love the characters. This animation style got me. It got me looking into the websites and reading up on the lore and going, I don't really like MOBA, but they're building this MMO. That sounds like it could be fun, you know? So
Arcane is my favorite show of all time. It really blew me out of the
also
water.
just had too many
it's the
connections
best
from the media,
animated
and they
show I've
invested a
ever
lot
seen.
into
Like,
it, and then
it was
everything, and
so
everyone was a
good.
Blizzard fan, and everyone else was crap, and people back
I
then
think
listened
one of the great things
too
about it
much
too
to
is
what
that it
others
packs so
think
much
instead
in
of following
just
their own
only 9
instincts. Yeah.
episodes. I feel like I watched like 2 seasons of TV in 9 episodes.
What do you think about this? They're talking about in chat. So, do you think that World of Warcraft ended up on the... No, I'm sorry, not World of Warcraft. Blizzard ended up on the current trajectory, minus all the scandals and stuff. That's totally different. Just the, as a company and just kind of failing expectations, etc. Do you think that that is because they tried to just be exactly what the media and the everyone wanted them to be?
Nope. My
Like they got
perspective
too
is
casual?
no. My perspective is it's the exact scenario that happens to so many young rock bands that they've never been on the road before. They go out there and they're the Ed Sheeran of their generation, and they get massively successful and massively popular within a super short amount of time. They don't know how to handle it. They're being given free drugs, free booze, free strippers, free everything. They feel like rock stars. They feel like gods. Everything's handed to them on a silver platter, and they just go, okay, and they're all in. And they don't. There's nobody holding them back. There's no
Accountability.
accountability, and so it just kept going on and on and on and on and on. And who was going to tell them no? No one's going to tell them no. They are the top dogs of the gaming industry. Everyone wants to be them. Everyone wants to work for them. Everyone wants to work for them. No one's telling them no, and I think it was just a victim of its own success in the sense that it got really big really fast, and it was a rock star lifestyle. It's like somebody was asking, why did Tommy Lee just made a big ruckus last week because he showed his wang on social media, right? And he just did an interview the other day. Why'd you do it? And he goes, because I went on a big MF and bender and just went, I'm going to throw my wang out. It's like when you're a rock star and you've got that level of fame and success and money and drugs and everything, why not? Like, who's going to say no? Like, what's the consequences? Ooh, somebody's going to, he showed his wang on social media, ooh, No one cares, right? You know what I mean? It's a rock star. He's expected to do that kind of stuff. And I think for many years, it was like Blizzard was expected to do those kinds of things. And it wasn't until we got into the Me Too generation.
Well, that's for the scandal, but I'm
accountable.
talking about just the direction the company went, right? Like Warcraft 2.
Well, I'm talking about something else.
Or I'm sorry,
different,
Warcraft 3. When they remade that, it was just a total steaming pile of crap, and they literally lied and showed video game footage. It wasn't even in the game, and
oh man, I got tricked by that, but I did get a refund.
good for you.
Yeah, that's a different topic altogether.
Yeah.
My personal take is that it's
I
kind
do
of
agree with that.
It's the fate of like 95% of publicly traded companies that they eventually just get down to I want quarterly profits, and that's the priority, and it just sort of it corrupts everything. And so it's like you almost have to stay a private company to remain loved by your customers.
To have a soul. If you want to have a soul, you can't go.
And love him or hate him, I think Elon Musk is the perfect example of
I agree
that,
with you.
because he doesn't want. Obviously, Tesla is a different thing, but SpaceX is still very much a private company, and
no
I don't
king
think it will
rules
ever go
forever,
public,
my
'cause that's
son.
his
That is
baby,
very true.
whereas he's talked about this before, like
in the politics.
Tesla was just there to make him the money that he needed to make so that he could do SpaceX and go to Mars, and so SpaceX is his baby, and the other one's just the cash cow. And he's had very public altercations with the FTC and etc. over stuff because once you have investors, and he's not the type of person who necessarily prioritizes profits. I think he prioritizes other things.
He prioritizes what he wants to do, his objectives.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what, love him or hate him, there's no way you can't say that you don't respect the fact that he was looking for a rocket scientist, couldn't find one, and was like, I'll do it. And self-taught himself to be a rocket scientist. What? No degree. You know what I mean? And then did things NASA couldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you gotta respect that. Like, that's crazy, man. I'm not a huge fan. I don't really care, but like that part of him, I've got major respect for that. That's nuts.
Investors can really fuck up a company.
Yeah.
Because of the prioritization of profits above anything else.
And it's just the way it's built too, right? It's just like, of course they want their money back. They invested a big chunk of money in. Of course they want a return, you know? So it's just the way it's built. It's built to be bad for everybody at the end of the day.
Well, and another point too is that like as hierarchies grow, things become less and less efficient too.
Yeah, they do. It gets really silly too. You know, there'll be like a supervisor. I remember one company that I worked for, they were like, what's some things we can do? You know, we're having like a powwow to improve the company because we're growing so fast, etc. And I just said, I think we could have a little less meetings and actually be out doing things that actually matter instead of talking about them all the time. And guess what? They scheduled a meeting to talk about having less meetings.
I have been in that exact meeting.
It's like, are you serious, guys? What are we doing?
Actually, that kind of stuff is a big part of the reason why I take 3 months off a year, because I just can't handle it for a full 4 months.
Yeah, it drives you nuts, man. It's so stupid. It gets so stupid. And if you stay in there long enough, you'll become one of them. Yeah, it'll eventually make sense. It starts to make sense to you.
These manager people, they'll call a meeting with like 8 engineers, and we'll just spend an hour talking about something stupid like what color the button should be. And
right.
It's like, okay, how many thousands of dollars we just wasted?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't get it.
Could have been an email.
But an email.
Work from home has helped a lot with that, though.
You could have polled it. You could have just popped up a poll real quick.
I think work from home has helped with that a lot because you don't get in quite as much trouble if you don't go to meetings or ignore people.
Yeah, because they don't know.
That's what I've noticed.
Yeah, they don't know. Oh, nice, Life Ryan. Seriously? That's pretty cool. That's actually extremely cool. It got really dark in here. Did I used to have a buff on me or something?
Oh, I gave you Ultra Vision. I can put it back on once we kill these.
Uh-oh. Got the spinny bug.
The fact that the Visionary Realms team is so small actually gives me more hope than less.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, it's taking longer, but I think that it'll be a more concentrated, more focused, distilled version of what I want. At least that's
still at it, Regnox.
I have the opposite viewpoint on that one. I think it's great to have a small team, but it also puts them in the scenario of it's going to take so frickin' long for the game to get released.
Yeah.
That by the time it gets released, the industry will have moved on without them, and that's
what a lot of people are afraid of too. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So let me ask you this though: at what point? What's the number for being a medium team? Because I feel like they're getting pretty close at this point.
I mean, anything under 50 employees in my mind is a small business. You know,
so they're up
there. Team.
Well, they're sitting around 30 now, I think.
Well, he said 24 full-time on the man-hours section.
24 full-time, right?
Yeah, 35 part-time.
I'm counting. Okay, so they got 35 if you count all the part-timers, because there's a lot of those that that's not their main gig, and their responsibilities don't require it to be a main gig yet. So it's not like it used to be when Pantheon was early and nobody was full-time. Everybody was either part-time or no money. So a lot of these guys had really prestigious things to do at Visionary Realms, but also had to work a full-time job because the money wasn't there, you know?
Been there, done that.
Yep. I think that's a great way for things to start out, by the way. You know, you have a lot more respect for your own product. and integrity when you've had to put in the time.
There is a certain amount of ownership that comes
Yeah.
with putting blood, sweat, and tears in.
Yeah,
yes.
working for blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah, that is your reward.
That's also correct. That's also why I have no sympathy for people who complain about crunch.
I don't
because-
either, dude. Crunch is, to me, I'm sorry. I know that it's not good to force people to crunch. That's not what I mean. But people, like, there's nothing wrong with people who want to because they want to get it done, right? That's, in my opinion, that shows a lot of passion. Now, I think that there are some situations where it's bad, where it's like in Japan,
There's mismanagement
there's
issues,
studios
for
where they
sure.
forced them.
Yes.
They're like, sleep here for 2 hours. That's all you get today. Wake up and get back to work. You know, having to do exercises on the top of the building because otherwise everybody would have a heart attack and die.
Hang on, Nathan. Because I literally sit here and do push-ups and squats on stream because.
Yeah, but that's your choice, though. Nobody's forcing you to do it.
True, that is true.
Like, if you don't do all these things, then get out, you know? That's
I see
messed
what you
up.
mean.
That's
Like-
messed up.
You know, in my experience, the vast majority of the time when there's crunch, it's poor
Mismanagement.
planning on management's part. Yeah.
There's
Almost
also,
every
you know, not knowing how to eliminate feature creep in
when I
the
was in
scope
Japan,
out of your
meetings were a
project, 'cause
staple
too
of
many
Japanese
people are
culture.
afraid
They
to
were
scale
extremely
back.
wasteful
They always
a
want
lot
to
of the
scale up, and
times.
sometimes you just gotta scale back.
I will say that is my number one concern for Pantheon because I do see feature creep happening. Part of it's, you know, just letting the creative mind work, but it is
Yeah.
a concern of mine.
That's why now when people say, like, you know, which is common, it's just the way it is, but, like, people will be like, oh, I've got a great idea. Why don't they do this? It's like, stop. Please.
Yeah, let's
No
just get what we have out the door, please.
Yeah, no more great ideas. There's plenty. They got plenty of those, okay? Throw that in the expansion bin, please. Let's just go with what we got. It's really good. It's a great idea.
Well, I mean, if they deliver what they've already said that they're
Right.
going to be doing,
That's
like,
a-
I'll be content.
Yeah, that is stupid feature rich, you know, already. It's stupid feature rich at the way it is. Now, there's some
Now,
thing they've been
so if they
working on
just
a long
focus on
time
that
they
and
haven't
just-
announced. And those feel like they're new.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know there's one. That they haven't announced yet.
Well,
I know it's going to be in the game, though. I know it. Joppa drops hints way too often. But they haven't announced yet. When they do, people will be like, oh, more new features. Like, no, they've been working on that a really long time. I can say it because
Are you
he
allowed
drops.
to say it?
Yeah, because it's not
what
secret
it is?
knowledge. I just know because of
Okay.
his reaction to things and the things he says. There's
Is it like a class?
I'm
like
not even
Necro
a
or
fan of
something?
this, by the way. I'm not even a fan of this. I don't think it's necessary, and hopefully they implement it right. But there's going to be gliding.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
100%. It's going to
Well,
be in the game.
I think Shaw took a lot of inspiration from Breath of the Wild,
Yes.
so that makes sense.
Now, I don't think they'll do it like Breath of the Wild where you can glide anywhere. Maybe at like a max level or special, like really hard to get. But I do think there'll be areas where the halflings maybe have set up or something of that nature where you can glide from certain areas to get across a large swath of land to a popular destination they think players
I mean,
will go a lot.
honestly, I really like that a lot better than just flat out letting people fly around.
I do too. I prefer it, yes. But if you can glide
also-
anytime,
so-
I don't know. I don't.
But it also gives extra value to the climbing. It's
Necro.
because then if you climb up somewhere really high, then you
Yes.
can use that to glide to whatever the next town over. Or
That's
whatever.
right, and that's why they're doing it, because they think that that just enriches the climbing even more. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But a lot of people are going to freak out and say, oh my god, the feature creep is crazy.
Well, I mean, the other plus side is that I don't think. I mean, my assumption is that wouldn't be too hard to implement.
but exactly, it wouldn't be. I don't think. And if it was, I don't think they would do it. If it was like a big time-consuming thing, I don't think they would do it, or they would do it later. And it'll be really cool with their with the as far as you can see in the distance, etc. Their LOD and all that. It will be really cool to glide across a big area, going back to.
You know, my OCD brain really wonders how it's going to work. Where like if you're on a wall and you get aggro, like do you just get knocked off the wall?
Yeah,
like,
they've
if you're
talked about
climbing?
that. Yeah, so it
Okay.
depends on what's attacking you, right? Like a spider might shoot a web at you, knock you off. They've mentioned a few, and I can't off the top of my head recall them all, but sometimes climbing is actually you just put yourself in a really bad situation.
You fall off and take extra damage.
Yeah, like they knock you off. Now you
Gotcha.
take the damage and the fall damage. Climb anywhere with gliding. Tell me that doesn't sound like Breath of the Wild. Oh, they don't even hide the fact that they were super inspired by Breath of the Wild with the climbing.
Well, I mean, it was a good game. I don't have any complaints.
Yeah, Joppa said he played it and was like, dude, this seems like the vision Brad McQuaid was trying to talk about, that he didn't think we had the technology to do it. So they toyed with it, they gave it to their developers and was like, hey, can we do this? How hard? How long will it take? And I'll tell you what, they had climbing ready in pre-alpha quick, so it must have been fairly easy to implement.
Yeah, I mean,
It'll be interesting to see. I feel like there's going to be a lot of like weird angles on things that they're going to have to like smooth out for climbing and stuff like that. But
yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's gonna.
Hal?
I wouldn't. People are gonna find some funny things. I think that's what I think. They're gonna do some things.
A good example of climbing that you'll find in gaming is in games like Ark or Atlas. If you look at the climbing in those games, it's extremely easy to do and very engaging.
I don't think I realized that Atlas had climbing.
Yep, you actually have climbing hooks that you can use. For example,
I didn't know that on Ark either.
you can shoot ropes.
Or Ark, yeah, I didn't know
use
that
those
in
to climb
Ark,
up,
yeah.
stuff like that.
I also often think of like Tomb Raider. The newer Tomb Raider games have pretty good climbing.
Unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna have to call it soon. The wife just popped in chat. I gotta take the kids to practice. I thought I still had a lot more time.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say no because my nap mode would love to engage.
But how far did
question
everybody
is,
get? I got. I'm almost 13.
I'm halfway through 12.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Okay.
That was pretty good.
Okay, start.
I was gonna see, is there anybody around that can port us out? Because I would love to go back to Surefall if possible before we wrap.
I think
If not,
I think I'll stay here just so I'm easy to get back in.
oh, you mean right here, camp in the corner? That's not a bad idea, actually.
But I don't have anything.
Yeah,
I
it's
need to
safe
do
to camp
specifically.
here for sure.
Yeah, because if we're gonna coordinate the next, let's just camp here. I don't have to go back right now, so. Plus, I can always get my druid to go run around and get my spells and bring him back here.
Hope climbing and
That's what
gliding
I'll do,
gear is the
probably.
same. Game is looking like you need to have a.
All right, so
yeah,
I don't know when
I'm
we'll do
worried
this
about
next.
that. Crinkle. I'm a little worried about that.
Maybe same time a week from now. I don't know.
Yeah, I just need at least like 48, 72 hours heads up so I can make sure that my schedule is good to go, and
Yeah.
I can try to get sleep before we do it.
We can use our chat channel to, discuss it and figure it out. But yeah, when I'm pretty open, as long as it's during the day, my evenings are all booked up with streams. But the day I can squeeze it in. So if you guys find time works for you, it's highly likely to work for me.
Kelske, if you want to just keep going, you got the super uber pet.
No, keep going.
I will go back to Stars Galaxy
Okay.
once I work out that combat issue.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'll farm some
Absolutely.
more of those pets up. I think they're pretty good. Although you're getting strong enough that you might not need them now.
Yeah, true. We might be able to actually just fight this stuff now. All right, guys. Well,
boys.
thanks a lot.
It was good times.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Thanks for bringing us out here and helping us out. Really appreciate it. And we'll get back together as soon as we can and do it again.
Hoorah, hoorah. Next week,
Sounds
everybody.
All right, thanks,
That's
everybody.
nice chat.
See you guys.
Bye.
All right, guys. Thanks for joining me today for EverQuest P99, guys. Had a lot of fun. We almost hit goal. I will be back with more streams when I get back. Actually, we got Final Fantasy 11 tonight, so when I get back, I'll prep that stream, and we'll go live about roughly 5-ish, about 5 p.m. Central. With Final Fantasy 11, we're going to continue our adventures with Steve. Will be joining me, or at least I haven't talked to him today, but unless something happened there, we should be playing some Final Fantasy 11. Hopefully Tetsu can hop in with us, and we can have a good time exploring that classic MMO, because that's a really good classic MMORPG with the EverQuest spirit. But until then, guys, hope everybody has a great day. Thank you all for your support, and big shout out to Bootstrap for bringing us here and PLing us and getting us all these levels. We're technically halfway by level, not by experience number amounts, but because we want to get to around 24 to catch up with our other people. In which case, this paladin will replace that warrior and continue on with the group. Thank you all so very much. Love you guys. Hope you have a wonderful day. Hope you come back for Final Fantasy 11. And until next time, my friends, God bless and happy gaming. Bye, everybody.